Hey, what's going on, yo? It's time for football at Auburn, and I'm going to bounce over immediately to our in-game interface, I guess is what I'm looking for here. We do have special guest. Sir number 19 is here, although he is not pictured. He is here to my right, and he's going to be helping me with stats and other items of note because we harmonized so well in the when we were down in Orange Beach. And he doesn't even have a mic. Yeah, we're going to get you a mic one of these days. I don't know when the intern's going to be able to get that done, but we'll figure it out. First of all, huge. There comes our chat. I knew it would pop up. Cassidy P with a super chat. My man from the greater Atlanta area. This is big day. New kicker. 8 field goals wins this thing. He's a big field goal counter. He does the math, guys. All right, so we're already the 3rd and 5 for the Auburn defense, which is good. If you get a hold here, you feel like, all right, good things happen. Oh, that's a hold? I say hold all the time. That's a stop. Sorry, guys. I've been covering football since the 90s. I know Keldrick had good pursuit on this. Yeah, he did. I think he kind of affected that throw, honestly. I also got a super chat from Dion, my man, my absolute legend. He's always starting off the show with a hot super chat. We love that. Just gives it a Wardam Eagle JG. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that for the super chat. Well, that was kind of a dicey fielding of the punt there. Was he actually in the air when he caught it? Malcolm. Come on, man. Feet on the ground. Feel like a stranger jumps in. My man. Word up, trainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Much love to all. We're talking hoops later or we riot. Easily I approach the microphone because I ain't no joke. Tell your... I'm not going to say it to my mama. But if I did, I would say I would ask her to get off my tip, which I probably have said to her, but I would probably, 19, I would probably say that with different words. Have you told your mom to get off your tip at some point in your life?
Not effective.
He is not effective. I probably have said it. It didn't work very well. All right. He didn't look gassed there. Jarquez with a nice 6-yard run. And looks like number 19 is going to update. So here's the deal that we worked out, and it's all because of number 19. He has co-control of the show. And so he can update stats without me having to do it. It's very, very cool. Yes. Terrence, I believe that was an Easy E reference, but if it was also an Eric B. and Rakim reference, I will also take that. 3rd and 1. Jarquez. Oh, my God. He's literally carrying that guy down the field. Did you see that shit? That was amazing. I can get you on this show, bro. All I need is I'll have Courtney pick us up a mic. All right, we're working on it. Damon says that tackle was embarrassing, dude. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen someone literally get carried down the field like that. I mean, we joke about it, but it actually happened. Homie there. Pocket Watch with a super chat with a super chat. First game of the year. Sat down in Jordan Hare with minutes to spare before the Eagle flew somewhere. Jay Gouge is a happy man. He's wherever he is. I'm sure he's listening. Peyton Thorne with a deep throw. Goes into the shaded area of Jordan Hare. I think that's because of the flying Lego obstructs the sun in that corner, and Dre was not able to come down with that. Coverage was good. Throw was good, honestly. But defense was really good on that one. I like Monroe's corners when I watched them on tape. I think their whole secondary is probably one of the better ones in the Sun Belt and would probably be on par with a really bad SEC team, you know what I mean? Wow, that was a small window right there. Did he catch that? He did. Wow, that was a nice catch. I don't say that all the time for Cam Coleman. Oh, yes, we're getting the touch counter updated. All right, I'm taking over here, G. T-Park with a super chat. My man, Another one of our Atlanta legends says JGT have a late Friday evening. JGT and CBT definitely had a late Friday night. There was some bourbon consumed because we hadn't been drinking much for a while, and we probably won't be drinking much for a while after that. Oh, that was a perfectly placed pass. Nice catch. We're going to give that one of those.
Around, the more you're going to find out.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's go. Wow. I love the placement on this throw. He throws it to his inside and lets him kind of curl around that corner, and he's gone. I mean, that's well done on all fronts. How often do we say it about Peyton that it was a well-placed pass? That's not every day. That's not every game. Certainly. All right, new kicker. Through the wickets. I'll take that one. There we go. All right, 7-0. Well, I mean, it's essentially the perfect start for Auburn there. It's exactly the way you want to see them start against an opponent like ULM. You get a 3-and-out on defense, then you go to offense. You give him a little Jarquez. He literally carried a guy down the field, probably 10 or 12 extra yards. And then you get a couple really good throws, I thought, from Thorne. One of them was incomplete just due to great coverage, and then the other one was a touchdown. So those two throws really stuck out to me, although as number 19 notes with his very acute attention to stats, that Peyton was 4 or 5 on that drive. I'll be honest, I'm surprised a little bit that overall that Peyton started this game, because the plan all week was to – well, let me rephrase that. The plan all last week was to go with Hank today, and then I think that Hank had an underwhelming week in practice. I think he was getting picked off a lot, which is kind of how things go. So, yeah, there you go. Hey, man, would it help if I had I had another computer? Yeah. Oh, I guess you got your phone. I used to have one. We'll figure it out. Also, I didn't think that through, number 19. It happens.
That's all right.
Let's see. It says Robert says, do that on Texas A&M next week, and I will go, wow. Whoa. Yeah, it was nice. Terrence, thank you for bringing up a basketball recruiting question. Will we get Sebastian Williams-Adams tomorrow? I believe I put in officially a FutureCast pick for him earlier in the week. So, yes, I do think that Auburn's going to be able to get him. He's committing on Sunday, and I like him a lot. He's a wing. He plays for a high school in Houston that my high school, which is up in Oklahoma, played against and lost in football. So I'm going to have to tease him about that. He won't know that because he's 40 years younger than me? No, 35 years younger than me? He's not going to care about that. But, yeah, so Auburn signed 2. On signing day the other day, they got, obviously, the guard. Well, he's a combo guard out of Huntsville High. Signed. He's going to be a 4-year player. Get Terry Bowden off my screen, please. Immediately. Thank you. And also picked up Caden Magwood, who is himself a combo guard. I think of him more as a point. He's a combo guard who's better with the ball in his hands. And the young man at Huntsville High, he can do both, really. I think the kid at Huntsville is more like a projection player. Like BP felt super, super strongly about those two guys. I think he wanted them all along. And I think there's people out there that maybe some coaches that aren't as sold on Simon Walker, but BP sure is. And that's all I need to hear. Number 19 might feel the same way, too. And as soon as I get him a mic, he'll be able to express himself a little bit better. That's my fault. Jay Robertson, one of our friends from the Ole Miss site that comes over here in peace. We appreciate him, as we do all of our friends that come over and act nice, which he always does. Howdy, fellas. My team is off today, so I'm riding with y'all. Glad to have you, Jay Robertson. Absolutely fired up. Terrence is noting that Auburn has like 3 players ready for next year on the basketball court, and 2 that have not fought on an airplane. that was something, guys. That was something. That was an interesting night. I talked to number 19 about how that night went down. Gave him some inside baseball. It was interesting how that got worked out. Ed D updates us to say that the Colorado Fighting Primes are up 14-3 on Utah. I figured they were going to crush them, and I guess they're on their way. But you'd like to see them score another couple touchdowns. I've gotten to where I advocated before it was explained to me how Hugh was a fit here, and we can still argue whether he is or isn't, but I advocated for Prime, and I thought that would have been cool for Auburn to have somebody like that, even though it would have required a lot of people to swallow their pride and give him a lot of leeway, something that Colorado was willing to do. Auburn is, a little more complicated situation, a little more high-stakes situation, in my opinion. Some might disagree. But anyway, he's doing great things at Colorado, and I feel like there's so many haters that I almost gloat in his victories now because it's like there's so many people that hate him. And, I mean, I don't know, people my age, you had your mind made up on him a long time ago because he's exactly the same dude as a coach as he was as a player. He talks a lot, he's brash, and he don't GAF about nothing. That's what I like about him. Anyway, I'm trying to fill space because we're watching this game, and Auburn's defense is balling up like usual. I think Jalen McLeod was about to kill him. Watching ULM on tape, though, remember earlier in the season when everybody was like, oh, my God, they're so good. And they had a great start. I think they were 4-1 for the first time since maybe the 80s or something. But they lost 3 in a row in their league. 2 of those were just blowouts. And, I mean, they got worked. South Alabama did some really, really rude things to them. It happens, though. Sometimes. Jay Robinson says, big game with Texas here in Fayetteville today. I remember the last time Texas came to Fayetteville and some weird stuff went down, huh? Archie keeping the score respectable, but looks like it will get out of hand. Oh, is that game already going? Do we know? I'm so out of it. I mean, I'm into this game, but I'm not in the other ones. Oh, we got a basketball halftime score. Duke 51, Wofford 14. The Terriers scored 14 points in a half, guys. We need more Duke losses. Holy hell, man. Their shooting guard is 0 of 7 from 3 in the first half. Whoa, man. We've all had nights like that, have we not, guys? Like every girl you approach in the bar just gives you the finger. Well, metaphorically, hopefully. Solo Tigre thinks Dion is headed to the Cowboys. Oh, you mean Wyoming? That would be funny, though. Ravin asks if Chip's at the game, and I believe the answer to that is yes, indeed. Uvid says Bama basketball lost last night. Oh, my God, huge if true. Is it? Wait, they should be in the top 25, right? Yeah, they did. They lost. Oh, my God, they got crushed. Oh, they got crushed by Purdue. Purdue. Did ULM's quarterback just take a lick? Has he got a neck roll? Is Keys playing with a neck roll? If he's playing with a neck roll, he's 5% better right there. Oh, he just got... Oh, he might have gotten kicked in the head at the end, though. Well, that's a lot of dudes getting there, too. Ouch. All right, so 2 terrific defensive possessions. Micah Riley Ducker lining up over the center. Ready to get some work done. I saw Micah driving the other day. Gave him a friendly wave. He waved back and did not recognize who I was, but that's fine. He's a nice young man. I like him. Looks like a basketball player, though, when you just see him walking around. Anyway, I'm just babbling. Let's see. GW says Bama played Purdue, and we play Purdue in a couple weeks. That is absolutely true. That game's going to be in Bamerham. And a big game for me personally because obviously you know how I feel about Auburn. And then our friend, pipe player Nick, is a Purdue fan. And to his credit, he still goes to these games when they get their absolute shit packed in. Like, I think he lost to Ohio State like 45-0 last week or something. He rides it out. I respect that. As a Raiders fan, I respect it because I ride my team's crap out And hell, I mean, we kind of do some of that too, huh? This year. All right, microphones.
Where's the iPad?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll look for it again.
Oh, it might be in the trunk of my car.
Okay,
It could be.
I'll find it.
All right, this is the first time that this mic's ever been plugged in here. Oh, I got it upside down. That's why. But in theory, it should work.
In theory.
There he is. So what sucks is that you don't have a headset. But if I had planned for this a little bit better, I could do that for you, but I can't right now. See, I got one of these.
No worries, man.
I got one of these. I can probably get this done. Well, we're at a timeout right now, so I think I can get this done. I got a pair right here. All right, headphones. Going in there. I'm going here and here and here and here and here. We moved wested to Missouri. Where did my little thing go? Did I lose it already? Do you know where the splitter went? Oh. Yeah, you just pointed to it, so yeah, that's where it went. All right, now we're good. Now we're good. You got it?
I got it.
All right, he's in.
We're in.
Terrence says, JGT, are we doing karaoke now? Hey, my man. My go-to karaoke song would probably be Give Me That Nut by Eazy-E. Give me that nut. Oh, my wife loves it when I play that one. Solo Tigre says 19 greater than Dentone minus the hot mom. Whoa, buddy. I'm sure Miss Becky appreciates that.
No lies.
She loves having those. She has fans out there. Okay, here we go. Back to the game again. I'm glad we're having fun on this Saturday. Peyton did something weird there. I'd like to go back and see this read. I call that a 40 formation because that's what Gus called it. When you've got the wing Ys. And I'm curious to see what went on there. I'm guessing that was a misread. It just looked like a misread to me. I'm going to go back actually here. All right, they're in a stack look. I really thought that throw to Cam was open. If he gets it out, I'm still on the first down play, guys. I know you guys are a little bit ahead of me now. I just want to see this throw again. Cam's going to be open on this sticks route. Oh, it must have been the defensive end. I think the defensive end was in his line of sight.
Yeah, he jumped up in the air and spooked him.
Yeah. Ravin says Miss Becky is a nice lady. Ravin, of course, knows her and her husband, Chris, Cuz. Neil J., my man, the legend himself, a man that, as Alan Green would say, I met in the pool. I actually did, though. Evening trainers up in the Highlands, and he don't mean at the church, celebrating the current Ms. Jones' birthday. Current Ms. Jones. Hoping for some thornication. Oh, my God. What an amazing phrase. And whiskey to round off a good day. War damn Eagle, my man. There's a catch right there. Dre's got the ball. Oh, he slid down. I thought Jarquez was going to kill a man right there. He could have. Oh, is it dead?
Usually is.
It should have like 70% or something.
Yeah.
Well, here, just don't you have to plug it in. Thank you. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Let me get this logged in for number 19 here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're awesome, as is customary. All right.
Oh, look at that, Jay.
Oh, did they score? What are we looking at?
Not yet. Close.
Oh, you talking about him being able to run it? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Here you go. It may go dead. Yeah, just lay it. It doesn't matter. know if I have it set to stay on, but hopefully we will. This is awesome, man. Number 19 is just like he can control the show when he needs to. It's pretty badass. All right. Second and G for the guys at the 6. Peyton is going for a fade throw, which usually doesn't work, and it didn't work in this case. Fine throw, though. I just thought it was defended well, and Cam was right where it needed to be. I don't know. That looks like an NFL-type play, you know what I mean? But really well defended. Well, that would have been I bet Jason Caldwell, there he is right there. I bet Jason Caldwell got that shot, and it was beautiful of him high pointing that ball. I kind of miss the days of being able to shoot on the field during. I haven't shot on a game since at 18. Me and Jason used to go everywhere, shoot together on the field. Love Jason Caldwell. Jarquez, man, putting his body on the line to get an extra yard there. Looks like it's going to be 4th and goal from the 4-ish. And I guess they're going to kick it. That's a little bit of an L. I mean, to get that close, not be able to stick it in. Looks like Hughes having some issues with. I'm guessing that was the fade throw. He's upset about. Maybe he didn't like that read, but it sure looked like it was set up for that. So they've gone with Ian today, who I think of as like basically a scout team kicker, but he's doing a hell of a job. He's got a PAT through and he's got a field goal through. So, I mean, considering the way that Towns has been kicking lately, like anything, it would be good, right? Although Towns hadn't missed a PAT, but. And it's concerning to me that Hugh. Let me update this. That Hugh was saying that Alex is backslid a little bit. That's concerning to me because I thought that was all taken care of, you know. And to think that a 145-pound kid, I mean, if you know him, I mean, if you've seen him, he's a little dude. Went down to 100 pounds. Dude, my grandma Tate was 100 pounds. She was itty bitty, and she was a girl. She was like 4'11", about 95. And Alex, small dude anyway. Vince's name sounds French. Vachon. Let's see. Neil says his go-to karaoke song is Every Breath You Take by the Police. I can do a very sinister version. Oh, boy. I bet you could, man. You're old enough also to know like what's really going on with that song. These people that have it at their weddings and stuff, you're like, bro, this is not a good look.
Big red flag.
Huge. A huge red flag for sure. Another common wedding song that people play all the time is One by U2, which is literally about the band breaking up. Like, it's about how everybody's mad and we don't want to be together anymore. They ultimately worked it out, but I don't think that's a great way to start your marriage. I was going to say wedding. Probably wouldn't start your wedding with a song. What was your dance at your wedding?
I do not remember.
He doesn't remember. This is not. Jen, if you're watching, he was just kidding. Cassidy P with a super chat says, my heart pines for the production of a Bobo offense. Yes. Georgia. I took a peek over at the Georgia board the other day. Boy, they are thrilled with how things are going over there. Oh, they're so happy. They've never been happier. Let's see. Terrence says, if you're doing karaoke, then my request is Cypress Hill, Kill a Man. Oh, my goodness. I love that song. I think it's actually called How I Could Just Kill a Man, right? They played that at Woodstock, the first Woodstock, with a huge joint. They may do this at every show, but a massive joint that was like probably 15 or 20 feet long, smoking, lit. So come on to Cypress, starts to kick shit. I'm all bad and suckers are hiding. Jump behind a bush when you see me driving by, and I'm hanging out the window. I know that one. Do you know that one, number 19? He's not a big Cypress Hill fan. They had some good stuff. My suspicion is that D. Lucky has probably listened to a little Cypress Hill in his life because he's in the right age. And he's just a guy who would listen to good music. I know that because I've hung out with him many times and I've listened to good music with him. Ergo, he's a stud. That is the actual D. Lucky and Mrs. D. Lucky suite right there, number 19. Yes. And we have the Easterwood suite down here. Although Mrs. Easterwood has not come by here yet. But we have had Easterwood. Indeed. Keep thinking I hear the door open, but it's not. Let's see. GW says Prison Sex by Tool. Should be played at every wedding. Boy, that's interesting. CJ says Cypress Hill ain't my deal. CJ may be a little young for that, although there are young people that listen to Barry Manilow too, so I can't say that for every kind of music. But Cypress, I think at a point in time, was, on the front end. There's been a lot better stuff put out since then. Nice. Okay, so Jay Crawford missed the tackle, but you love the diagnosis and you love the hustle, right? You just want to see his feet be a little quicker. Stutter step so that he has better positioning and doesn't lean all the way off like he did. That's what Coach Hunter would say. I learned all this from Coach Hunter. Pocket Watch wants to know why D. Lucky and his peeps are not injured in hair, which may be a good question. Oh, Feel Like a Stranger. I'm sorry. The first Woodstock of my generation. Correct. Not 69. 94. I think of that as the first Woodstock, but you're absolutely right. It was not. It was just the first Woodstock of my lifetime. Though it got pretty freaking close to my lifetime. 69's only a few years before I was born. Let's see. D. Lucky says he's been traveling a bunch. First game I've watched from home in a long while. We are so stoked to have D. Lucky here like this. One of our channel legends and a pillar of the community without a doubt. Really need to get up there and hang out with him and Easter and got all the other cool-ass people up there, including the real deal AU and his wife, although hopefully she's not mad at me. She's, I've told you guys before, she kind of scares me. Not because she's scary looking or anything. She just, I just don't want to get on her bad side. That's all I'm saying about her. Some other, well, I guess they would be Huntsville legends. I'm more interested in Madison, obviously, because Madison's the GOAT outside of Hampstead, Alabama. But we're not actually incorporated here yet, so until we are, I can't actually say that. Although I told somebody last night I lived in Hampstead, Alabama, and they said, oh, my God, where's that? Oh, let me tell you. Pocket says it's his first game of the year. Thank you for being here, too, man. I noticed that. Talk about a change in habit. Yeah, that's tough. All right. We'll take that. Sly had a good diagnosis on that. And held on. Oh, I forgot. Did I not go live? I did. Pocket Watch jokes that Rejects was at the last Woodstock. Is Rejects up in here? There's no way. He might actually have been there, though. I'm just kidding. We love Rejects. Let's see. Feel Like a Stranger was just joking. I remember watching Woodstock 94 on pay-per-view after we got back from Lollapalooza. You bastard. That's back when Lala was just getting going, I think. That was a dog shit tackle from Jaron Thompson, and that's an extra 25 or 30 yards because of that. He went high on the guy and just not good. Not good. Come on, man. You got to be better than this. It was a terrible throw, too. That actually might have made it harder for Jaron. Woodstock 94, I was supposed to go. My homies did go. Rowdy Rob, Dan Lavitt. But I just, something about it, I was like, I don't know. I'm not really a camper. Although they aren't either. I don't know. When it came time to actually commit to it, I chickened out. But they went, had a great time. I would not have liked that. I would have loved the music, but like living in mud for 3 days, like that's not me, man. Is that you?
That is not me.
That is not him either. Okay, so we're there. Just remember, man, when you nod your head, they can't hear your nods.
Understood.
It just takes a little getting used to. There we go. Yeah. Well, it just takes a little getting used to. Shitty tackle, Diego says. Yeah, it really was. It was really one of the worst tackles we've seen all year, isn't it? This Monroe game, man, sheesh. It's already kind of dragging. First quarter. I wouldn't mind to see Auburn up another couple touchdowns, though. Oh, nice play. Oh, ball. I think he's down, though. No, they're signaling it as a turnover. This will be disputed, of course. Oh, yeah. He's definitely down on that. Let's see. Pocket says Woodstock 99 was the only time I've been camping in my life, though not sure that counted. Wow, you really did go. So what was like the highlight for you? For me, the highlight, because I wasn't there, but the stuff that I still go through and watch is Rage and Megadeth. I guess maybe it was fun to be at the very, very back of Limp Bizkit's set. I don't know. Yeah, Wizard Deese is not a fumble. Diego also on the sees that as well. So it looks like a very clear ground cost fumble situation. We need to get DeMarco McNeil on the phone. He could be like our rules analyst. I think DeMarco was the I think that's what Chip was telling me earlier. DeMarco was the honorary hype man. Yeah, what a stud, man. Love DeMarco. One of the great Auburn players from Mobile. He'd be on the list. I don't know. He's not the greatest, but he's one of them. Damian played pretty well at Auburn. Sinderic Marks is a very good Mobilian. Anybody else come to mind? Nick Fairley. He's pretty good. AU Taxman says Woodstock 99 was a total disaster. Yeah, maybe you think so. I thought some of the music was really good. And CJ likes Rage. See, that's good. You know, you like to see the younger set. Appreciate some of the older stuff, although Rage to me is not old, right? Old to me is like Simon and Garfunkel. Or my grandparents listened to the Ink Spots. Whoa. I thought that throw was wildly off, and then he damn near caught it. 4th and 11. Colin Mickle playing right tackle there. Just kidding. Former Auburn beat writer. Indiana's Kurt Signetti gets an 8-year extension to stay at Indiana. What's the buyout language? Probably not very strong. Nor expensive. Monroe going to have to punt this ball after hey, man, here's the bottom line. They didn't score, so that's good. Oh, and that's a great punt. Good golly, Miss Molly. You're going to take over at the 1. I wish I could do voting here, live voting. How many people think that Peyton Thorne's going to engineer a 99-yard touchdown drive right here, huh? 22% AWS says. I feel like a stranger says Woodstock 99. Too angry for me. I went to Big Cypress in 99. Too angry. Yes. The Jamiroquai set was just absolutely insanity. People throwing marshmallows at each other is crazy. Uvid says, why has field position for us been so shitty? I mean, yeah, it can't get worse than this, right? It seems like it's been okay. These fuckers. I hate ESPN. That's the exact same throw that he passed on last time that I was bitching about in the last drive. It was the exact same concept, and this time he threw it on time, and they got like a 6 or 7 yard gain out of it. 5-yard gain, fine. I was told there would be no math in these debates. All right, that's the end of the quarter. Let's put up the 2s, guys, for the second quarter. Hey, is that Jade Muskrat in there playing H? I think I saw that. Oh, Muskie. Let's see. Neil says he's voting no for the 90-yard drive. He'd love to see it, but he doesn't feel like it's going to happen. Let's see. Terrence says JGT other than Adams, Sebastian Adams Williams, who's going to commit tomorrow. Any other basketball recruits that should be on our radar for this signing period? I mean, yeah, like Tiller's going to pop here soon, but I don't think Auburn's going to win that one. He has Auburn in the Final Four, but that's a money thing there. I mean, a lot of these come down to money. And also a guy I'm watching is Sean Above. I don't think that's over with yet. It looks like Abayev. If you look at his last name, it's Abaev, I think. But it's called Above. So Sean Above, I think Auburn's in the Final Two there. I haven't kept up with him as much because I just haven't kept up with him as much. But they like him a lot. So those are the two, but I don't think Tiller's coming here. Remember now, Auburn, Terrence, we were joking about it earlier that they literally have like 3 guys coming back, already set to come back. And they're going to have to go into the portal for at least 5 players, no matter what. Probably going to end up being 6. It could be 7, depending on, if I'm sure they'll add one more high school player somehow, some way. But it's going to be a very busy portal season, and portal's getting, richer, as they say. Let's see. T Park says no way in hell that Payton goes 99. I don't want to bet against him, but what would a penance be? For me to not believe or and him actually do it, I don't know. If I had some of that nasty Rowan's Creek bourbon, I could do that as a punishment. I think it's in here though. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Neil says he'd like to see it, but doesn't think it's going to happen. Story of my teenage years. I thought you used to finish a lot, 17, 18, 19, though. Yeah. Let's see. AU256 says Tiller picked Kansas about an hour ago. Okay, fine. Thank you for updating me on that. I did not think Auburn was going to win that one. Again, the way it works now is, the Blue Bloods, and Auburn's included in that, they're going to have to divvy these guys up because there's only so much money to go around. A guy like Tiller, a 5-star player like that, he's going to go for $1,000,000-ish, maybe more. And, Auburn's got to be a little more selective than that. We're just being real about it. So, but he liked Auburn, and I think he would have liked to play with Kai. They were teammates at overtime. But, I didn't get a great feeling on that one. Sean Above, to me, I thought that was going to be an Auburn, not necessarily a lock. I just felt like Auburn would have been ahead there. But I don't know. I get a 50-50 feel on that one, at least at the moment. He's a good player, though. Let's see. Feel Like a Stranger says he's a hippie, in quote marks. I go to concerts to dance, have an experience, and make love later. Different strokes, I guess. Yeah, certain strokes are better than others. Pun sort of intended. Hey, now. Neil J says, sideways look for Mrs. J after your last comment. Sorry. My bad, Amanda. What a legend. We love the Joneses. Met him in the UL. Actually, no cow. I'm not even making fun of Alan Green with that one. Down in Mexico, I think it was. Dude's badass. Me and J-Dub, we know badasses when we see badasses, and that guy definitely fits. And he's probably more of a badass than me, honestly. But anyway, it's always a good time meeting new folks, partying, having a good time. When you meet adults that are really fun and full of life these days, there's a lot of things that get you down out there in the world today. People being mean, Starbucks not getting your shit right, you go into Publix and there aren't enough carts. It's going to be a first down, barely. Personally, I'm fine with them just grinding out a little long-ass drive. How about that? Let's do a record Auburn drive right here. I believe that would be, I think the record is 18 plays maybe, with Cody Burns at quarterback at West Virginia. I think it was an 18 or 19 play drive. So let's get a 20-play drive here. All you got to do is average 2.2 yards per carry. Oh, no, we would need some penalties too, right? Now, see, I like this Smashination right here. It didn't work out. But it made it look like it was going to be a buck sweep, and then it was kind of a throw to the backside of it. But ULM was ready for that one. Flash says Beastie Boys at Lollapalooza 94 was insane. I can't imagine, dude. Rest in peace, Adam Yauch. Never like got into them the way that some people did, but I appreciate what they did. And Paul's Boutique. The real ones know that Paul's Boutique is the masterpiece. Little rollout action for Peyton. He's looked good on the run today. Gets it to Cam. It's probably a 12 to 15-yard gain. Kind of a similar concept to that sweep. Now, it wasn't a sweep this time, but it's a misdirection bootleg. Just trying to misdirection ULM a little bit. Oh, look at here. Oh, you were doing that. Super chat from my man, my consigliere, Chris H. Tipping point drink money for you and the administrative assistant. We're going to give him a big applause for that one. I'm going to have to talk to you about, you're using your name. Chris H. is he's my financial advisor. He's our financial advisor. And he's a good guy to have in your corner. I'll just leave it at that. So I appreciate you, bro. He's out of Montgomery, too. So, but I bet he can help you no matter where you are. Because it's kind of a virtual type thing, right? I mean, what? What was that? What was that? Why did he slide down like that? Dude, is it just me? Did you guys think that was lame? Man, that was some Brad Lester shit right there, man. Come on now. Ooh. These old guys are getting trucked, bro. Hunter just carried some other dude like 3 or 4 yards. That ought to be a new stat. So you got yak yards, and then you should just have like mule yards where you literally have a guy's entire body and you're just carrying him down the field. That guy was technically getting dragged, so that's a little different. But yeah, D. Lucky was not a fan of Peyton Thorne sliding and on a 2nd and 1. Like, get the first down, dude. Oh, yeah. Once Jarquez gets going downhill, I think you got to make a business decision at some point. I'm seeing some business decisions. If he gets a couple more of those bludgeoning runs up the middle where he defames people, like I don't know. This team fights. That's the one thing I like about ULM. Here we go again. What the hell was that? Even in the game against Texas where they were down, I think 35-0 at half. Now, one of those was a pick six, but they were still fighting in the second half. They didn't have nearly enough, and they were running out of gas, but they were still fighting. That play was a bust. That's too many busts, man. KO says, do we have any special sounds when Jarquez hits the 1K? Yeah, I got one right here. Splash. We can do one of those. I don't have a special one, though. I forgot we had a Beastie Boys sound, too. Uh-oh, Peyton sees something. It ain't there. Our Beastie Boys sound is... drop! Daniel says, we literally never make anything look smooth. Boy, you're right this year. I really thought it was going to be good. I thought they were going to be a lot better than this. Perry Thompson getting an opportunity at a touchdown. But really, I mean, I was going to take a different kind of throw, and he really wasn't open. Neil J says, KO, how about Praise You by Fatboy Slim when he hits the 1K yards? I'll get copyright blocked on that bitch, which happened to me when I played Dolly Parton's song during the LSU win, the game at LSU, like 2 or 3 years ago. I love the concept there. The ball was a little behind it, but Cam was able to make the adjustment. This might end up being Cam's best game as an Auburn Tiger. What's that, 3 catches for him now? Snags, snares, receptions.
Coleman is 6 for 75.
How about 6 catches? Jeez Louise, it is his best game. Oh, good God. Robert Lewis had an opportunity to get a touchdown there. Another well-placed ball in the end zone, but also defended well. They're competing, man. This team competes. Number 19 doing an outstanding job with the stats today. He's here in studio. And he has control of the screen as well. Taxman says, what kind of offense do we run? I actually thought about asking Hugh that the other day. Like describe your offense to me. He would just say, I'm sure, misdirection, run team, we pass off of play action, I mean, whatever. But for you and me, yeah, I don't understand. Sometimes it just seems very bland. Robert S. says 14 bad about dropping TDs. You had a bad one, was it 3 games ago, maybe? I personally, I didn't think that was a drop, but it looked like it got knocked out, like it was defended. Damon K says it was a late throw. He reads things too slowly. I think that's what's going on. I think he gets a little diagnostic, a little too diagnostic. I think that's really the big deal for him. What's in the glass? I'm going to tell you, to be honest with you, brother. Rivaldo! How can he be out at the 1 when his last step was at the 3? Another whale of an effort by Rivaldo. Remember, he had that amazing play. Okay, that's fair. His foot stepped on. Not that one. Look, one more step. Yeah, right there. So I'm not cupping right now. I'm not drinking right now. Yeah. And also, I meant to bring this up earlier. So I got cucked into going to the Pink concert tonight in Birmingham because my wife loves Pink and she really wants to go. So, I mean, I can name 2 Pink songs, I think. I mean, oh, is that Cam Coleman again? It is, and that is a touchdown.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Well, I'm glad that I did not set up a penance for a 99-yard touchdown drive because I would have had to do it. If I had the Rowands Creek in front of me, I would definitely drink it for that. 16 plays, 99 yards, and 734. That's a whopper of a drive right there. And Auburn certainly had it their way. Got him. Ooh. Ooh, that was really nice, dude. And also give some credit to the throw as well. He's had some really nice throws into the end zone. Peyton has. He had one well, the throw to Dre wasn't super awesome, but it was good. Got defended. Had the Robert Lewis throw that was real good and defended. He had the fade to Cam Brown that was another good throw that was well defended. So, and then that one was a beauty too. So he's doing pretty well today. Aside from that weird slide on 2nd and 1. I don't know what that was about. And when D. Lucky says he doesn't like it, then I know I'm right. Uvid says maybe we need to be in the Sun Belt. I mean, come on, admit it, man. We've all thought that at some time. Like, wouldn't it be cool if every game was like this? That'd be awesome. Ed D says Travis Hunter just had a Heisman-level catch. We're not watching that, unfortunately. But you are. I'm glad you are because I'd like to be watching that, too. If I just had, like, the quad screen, right? Let's see. Terrence says, I'm off to run in 40-degree weather. See you all after the game. Enjoy the wins where we can. I love it, man. That guy Auburn's right there. All right, Terrence. I don't know where you're at, but good luck with that. I am not inclined, 19, to go run in 40-degree weather. I am not inclined to run in 80-degree weather.
No, I can't think of a temperature in which I would want to run.
Fair enough. I'm not a runner. God didn't make me to. He didn't build me to run. Because if he would have given me longer legs. But I got short legs like my granddad Wexler. Yeah, good dude though. It's his flag that's up there. I got a guy who can get you that answer. A.E. Robinson wants to know what Cam's stats are, sir.
Cam has 7 receptions for 78 yards, 2 touchdowns, a long of 20.
Wow.
28 yards after the catch.
7 catches, 2 touches. Wow. That's a big day for him, man. That's awesome. Jacob says, Najee Travis was quad covered and still caught the ball. Boom. Badass. And he hit the Heisman pose. Look, man, he's making a case. I was curious. I vote for the Heisman. I have for a while. I was looking through PFF the other day at potential quarterbacks that Auburn could go get, and noticed that the highest PFF graded quarterback in the country is. Do you know who it would be? I don't know the kid. I don't even know his name, but I know where he plays. The Indiana quarterback. So he ought to be in the conversation too. I don't even know his name, and I'm saying he should be in the finalists. Because Indiana's been insane, and it's a foregone conclusion that they're like far and away the best team up that way. I guess no, that's not true. Ohio State's good, but I don't think they have to play Ohio State. So they're getting in the playoff. Indiana, guys. Indiana Hoosiers football. Crazy. It's so hard to change your general position when you're in major college football. I mean, if you're dog shit, you usually stay dog shit. If you're middle class, you usually stay middle class, or you bump up and down. But to go from Indiana being absolute poop to like the top, man, that's tough. It'd be like Vanderbilt winning the SEC in football. I mean, I'm just being real about it. I know it happens sometimes. I mean, Leicester won the Prem League 8 years ago or something like that. But in college football, it's tough. Just because all these teams that are in the playoff right now, or the playoff hunt, you know what I mean, are pretty much normal. Except for maybe Ole Miss, which I think of as, like a middle-class team that's gone to upper class here. Got a good ball club. It was weird. I scouted the Ole Miss. Well, I was scouting Kentucky, but I watched the Kentucky Ole Miss game, which I didn't see live because I was doing stuff with y'all. And I watched that one. I was like, Ole Miss, yeah. They've been playing a lot better since then. Ed D, thank you. Is this guy an MVP or what? It says Ohio State and Indiana play next week. Thank you. As I said, I didn't think they played this year. And Ed D, as he often does, is right there for the real news. Thank you, sir. I look forward to that one. Robert S. says Texas A&M will be a 10-point favorite next week? ? I mean, that sounds about right to me. Maybe 8. I don't know. Somewhere in that range. I mean, they're pretty good, man. I don't trust them as much as some people do. And maybe the part of that is just Jimbo hangover or something. I know that everything's different now. But it's just like Texas A&M has been a team that just doesn't get it done when it's time, And I know if we have Texas A&M fans watching this stream, they're like, an Auburn guy talking about that, that's rich. My answer to that would be, hey, man, mind your own beat. All right, 3rd and 5. This would be nice to get a stop here. And then a 6-minute drive for another touchdown would be great. Uh-oh, this is not going to happen. Oh, come on, Kayan. Boy, another just gnarly missed tackle right there. One by Jaron in the last drive and that one by Kayan. This ultimately isn't going to matter because they're still short. They're going to have to punt, but yowzers, bro. May have to talk to Coach Hunter about that, assuming that he can jump on the show today. I will check with him now. I did get a text from Kozan saying he's in the sticks today and reception has been spotty. And that means he's probably not going to be able to watch the game like he wants to. I don't think he'll mind me telling you this, but I was asking him the other day I was just went down a rabbit hole about Tesla. And I asked him if he drove a Tesla just because anybody I was texting with, I was asking that. And he said, no, I'm a big gasoline guy. I thought that was a funny thing to say. I like that. Yeah, I like gasoline too. I'm pro gasoline, especially when I don't have any in my tank and I need more, like I did yesterday. Wizard D wants to know if Kane Lee tried to tackle with his back. just kind of body slam him backward or something. Hey, man, I have a very stout back. Our Stu says that was a hell of a route on the touchdown. It really was nice, dude. And you make a great point. So he did the stutter step, and I think that defensive back was like, oh, shit. He was in too much space. He was flat-footed, and Cam was not. So, Ryan, I thought the throw was better, but I thought the route was good too. Daniel says quarter tank of gas. Yeah, I had a little range anxiety yesterday when I ran my gas tank down twice to the yellow. I had to be somewhere and up in the Atlanta area, and my range was like within 5 miles of my actual destination, and I just got too anxious. So I did like the like in NASCAR when they give you a splash. Went in for $5. It saved me probably 17 seconds, but I thought it was important at the time. And then I showed up where I was supposed to be, and they didn't care that I was 5 minutes late. And that way it always is. You get in a big old hustle hurry, and then the people are like, "Oh, you're here. Okay, great." Revenge says Jarquez looks gassed. Yeah, 7 carries, 8 touches. He's dead. Let's see. Ryan says, how far below the empty line do you dare to go? Boy, I mean, once I get in the yellow, like where it gives me the warning, I get nervous, and that's probably with 40 miles left. Yesterday I got down to 20-ish, and I was nervous. I wouldn't have wanted to check my blood pressure at that point, which is really stupid. I'm in like Atlanta. There's a gas station probably every 85 feet, it seems like. I was kind of wondering what was up with those helmets, and now I see what it was. I bet you those dudes are some bad mofos right there, man. Some valorous dudes. Boy, that really adds a lot of respect, at least for me, for those helmets. That was kick-ass. Ed D. I got it for you over here, Ed D. Hold on. I got to find it. I can't ever find these daggone things. Isn't it swag? There it is right here.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
My man. There he is. Ryan says, get a hybrid. That's the smart money. Yeah, hybrids are great too. I drove two. I drove 2 Camry hybrids from Lynch Toyota. My daughter totaled the first one with me in the car. And I was so concussed from the accident that I called Brian and told him who I was. I said, hey, this is Jay Tay with Auburn Sports. He goes, yeah. Are we on the air? I don't know. Airbag hit me in the head like it's supposed to, I guess. And then my second one, I ran into an unfortunate collision with a deer. But anyway. Scotty P says he's gotten to 5 miles remaining, LOL. That is what my wife does. She runs that stuff way down, especially when we were younger. She had a hatchback Honda Civic, and she did not care to get. She would go to 0, really. She'd go below 0, because back then you wouldn't get a range number. You would just get, maybe for me, I'd get to a quarter, and it was like I'm desperately searching for gas. Courtney thinks that's 50 more miles. I always told her that she's going to run out of gas sometime, and I was really waiting for her to call me, and I was going to make fun of her forever. And guess what? It's never happened. And now that these days, you get the readouts of all your range, so it's never going to happen again, or never going to happen, period. Little swing pass, little collision there. Jalen McLeod had a nice lick. He's been pretty active today. And the enemy piece talked about how this was a game that Auburn's lines, I felt, had an advantage and had to really make the most of that advantage today. And I think they've done it, man. Played good football. Going to check with Coach Hunter to see if he's good today. Let's see. Daniel says quarter tank of gasoline was a reference to Bloodkin's song that Panic covers. Got a quarter tank of gasoline. Got a stomach full of regrets. I like that line. Yeah, I didn't know that one, but I like that. Ryan says his Porsche Panamera hybrid gets 90 miles per gallon and outruns anything anyone else has. Wow, look at Mr. Big Dick over here, man. How fast is your Porsche Panamerica, huh? Or Panamera, whatever it is. I don't know. I read a really interesting Reddit thread the other day. No one ever said. I'm just kidding. I did. And it was this guy that was talking about, I don't know how I get these recommended to me, but he was talking about how it's a really good idea to lease there's another terrible field position. I believe it was Diego. Was it Diego talking about that earlier? How shitty the position has been today? I mean, the punting's been great if you're a ULM fan. Bill says, too bad Bowden isn't still Lamo's coach. It'd be fun to watch him get beat again. He talks all the time. Seemed like a fine guy, though. I didn't really get to know him. I was on the beat like maybe 2 months before he got fired. Or I should just say he's around. Robert S. says Toyota's the best in hybrids. I could not agree more. They were really ahead of the curve. And by extension, Lexus, both of them, using the same power plants. But Toyota's, I think, on their 6th generation of hybrids, and their hybrid engines are amazing. Skip wants to know, can I give us background on how Ian Vachon got on the team? I don't have that information. That's probably a BMAT question, which we can work on at halftime. Still waiting on Hunter. Sometimes I get worried when Hunter he's an outdoorsy guy, and so when it's a beautiful day like this, as it is here in Central Alabama, I think he might be out. So I'm checking with him. Also, BMAT. See what he knows. And also R wants to know if Deuce showed up to the game today. I can find out about that. I can ask Caleb and see what he thinks about that. All right, BMAT's definitely good. All right, checking with Caleb now. Ryan says 0 to 60 in 4.5 and tops at 171. Have you ever driven 171 miles an hour, number 19? Oh, God, don't answer. I don't want to get you in trouble.
No.
I'm not sure I've ever been 100 in a car. I don't think. Texas up 10-0 at half, Ed D reports. It's a little surprising, a little tighter. I didn't get to finish my story, Ryan. So there was a guy on Reddit who is a former... Anyway, he's in car sales, and he was explaining how if you buy certified pre-owned Porsches, specifically the Taycan, yeah, not the one you have, but the Taycan, the electric Taycan. Maybe they're all electric. That those cars, even though they're exorbitantly expensive, you can actually lease them CPO for like a reasonable amount of money due to their initial depreciation. So what he was advocating was to get a 2-year lease on a demo or 2023 Taycan, which is still worth like $110,000, and you can do it so that your lease is zero down and you still are only paying like $800 or $900 a month, which is a lot of money for a car, but it's a $100,000 car. And a lot of people would argue maybe the most top tier electric vehicle you can buy in America. So outside of maybe like one of those Lucids, the top end Lucids, which are like $250,000. That's just a little bit more than... I'm a Hyundai driver, guys. Let's be real. Another dog shit throw from Peyton. I've been praising him today, but that was a bad one, bro, and it was almost a picky. Chip in the house. He's actually there in the stadium. Had to dip out to save some phone battery. Nice work by Auburn so far. Yeah, it's been pretty satisfying. Peyton's been Peyton, but other than that, I mean, Jarquez has not been gassed. He's been carrying dudes, and Cam Coleman's having a terrific day. I feel like the protection's been pretty good. Defensively, Warhawks are not able to run. And if you're trusting that quarterback to lead you to a upset win on the road, I think you're in trouble. This is a planned double move. There's no chance it's going to work, and Peyton just kind of overthrows it on purpose. He thought that they were going to bite on that shoulder fake, and they didn't, and so that was washed. Cooked, as Henry would say. Ryan says Taycan is all electric. Okay, very cool. I think that car is totally badass, but feel like a stranger says never driven 100 miles an hour for real, JG. I mean, maybe. There was a night my sophomore year of college, fall of my sophomore year, we went to Knoxville and party with some people, and this girl drove us across town, and she was probably going more than 100. I wasn't having a good time. I was not happy to be there. All right, so Peyton runs, and he's 2 yards short. And they're going to have to punt this just because you got to punt it. I mean, there's no reason to give them a chance to just do something. But yeah, at the other hand, like, I mean, do you really think Monroe could come back in this game?
Yes.
Okay. This guy Auburn's. You're right. Ryan, let's see. My bad. I'm missing some of these because we're chatting and I love it. The cost, Ryan says the cost of ownership for a Porsche hybrid is less than a Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Nathan says Freeze refuses to run the ball, which actually happens. Saying Dre and Cam were wide open. Why are we throwing deep when the receiver had to look back into the sun? These are fair questions. Let's see. Pocket Watch says I definitely didn't hit 100 miles an hour passing on the way to see the eagle fly today. He definitely didn't. Wait, oh, he said yeah? Yes, sir. Okay, and also to Stu, Deuce is here. So that's good. Deuce Knight, of course, the quarterback from Loosedale, Mississippi, who's an Auburn commit, who was at Ole Miss last weekend and was there to witness Ole Miss's big win, is back at Auburn this week for the Monroe game, which I know it's a Monroe game, but there's a lot of recruits here for this game, even though it's the Monroe game. You know what I mean? Just kind of worked out from a scheduling perspective. Let's see. Feel like a stranger thinks. So he's hit 110 on the interstate. That's a little bit over the speed limit. And then 140 to 150 on a track. Wow. Ryan says 125 when I was a teenager. 112 in my new Porsche kind of by accident. I didn't know it would go that fast that quickly. I was in a Model X yesterday, which is my first. I've never been, well, outside of Easterwood, Dre taking me for like a fight. No, and also Joey took me for one too, but first time I'd ever been in an X for more than like 2 or 3 minutes. And it was fast as hell, man. I think you can go from 0 to like 100 in like maybe 6 seconds or 5 seconds. Stews, you bet, bro. That's good that they got Deuce here. You want to make sure you hold on to him. The people that I talked to during the week who would know still feel good about holding on to Deuce. It's just that, obviously he had a good time at Ole Miss, and it was a really emotional, that was a great place to be. I mean, because it was mayhem. They won the game, and huge win for them, and definitely a signature win for Lane. So everybody was freaking out. I'm sure it was really, really awesome to be there. Diego says 160 miles an hour in a BMW M5. M5. I would love to have an M5. Didn't feel like I was going that fast. That actually makes sense. Wow. I really don't think I've behind the wheel. I've not been 100 miles an hour. I'm not even sure I've been to 90. Bill asks, what matters from this game in your mind? Great question. Everybody can feel free to jump in. For me, I just wanted to see execution. I just wanted to see them be crisp. And I think they've been pretty crisp today. Quarterback's been solid. I mean, 19. What letter grade would you give Peyton at this point?
B minus?
B minus is fair. I was probably going to say C plus, but he's nicer than I am.
Well, no pick six yet.
He's the husband of a teacher, so maybe he's nicer to the students as a result. It's a good punt, man. Maybe in honor of Oscar, we should throw another shrimp on the Barbie. No, he's from Austria, dumbass. I'm just kidding. It's a Dumb and Dumber joke. Let's see. Letter grades are coming in. Robert Smith gives him a C+. Chip gives him a B-. T Park C. James Taylor Studios. Wait, what's up, man? Glad to see you here. He gives him a C. And AU Taxman, as always, I just want everybody to have fun. That's my guy right there. He certainly did that for our last Birmingham Bunker event where he donated to the cause a bottle of Booker's, which was delicious. We only ended up drinking a portion of it at that event, but I kept it and did not touch it until it was used at Bunker Bourbon events. Oh, it's a fumble! Rabbi! Keldrick Falk there. Neil Jace is number 19. Respect for the stats, man. Thumbs up, thumbs up. There it is. You got a fan. Jay Robertson says, once you reach a certain age, you realize that going that fast is not worth the risk. That's exactly where I'm at, bro. My dumb ass, I'd be going that fast and I'd have a tire blow and I'd be spinning and just wouldn't want to tell Courtney that, hey, man, let's go on 110. And she'd be like, why? I don't know. I'm with you on that, though. Alamo Tiger gives Peyton a C. Ed D gives him a C. Raven a C as well. So it looks like C is going to win out. Maybe the average might be a C plus. Excuse me. I mean, 13 of 20, 129 with 2 touches isn't too bad, but he had the weird slide on 2nd and 1, which I thought was worthy of a demerit. Let's see. Chip says he got a bottle of Buffalo Trace for post game. He's going to be lit. Look. Oh, it was Can. Oh, Can. Let him know, bro. Uh-huh. Why is he trying to start a fight with a 310-pound man, though? I got a concern about that. That was a weird one. I don't think of Can as someone that's going to get in that kind of trouble. Hey, that ain't right, man. He pushed him in the face mask. That's kind of BS, man. I wonder if they're going to call this on KN.
That's the right call.
I thought it should be offsetting. Like, shove him in a face mask. Like a dude on the sideline.
Yeah, dude on the sideline shoved Kayan in the face mask.
Oh,
that's who got the call.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I missed. Yeah. Now I got it. McBroom. Why don't you get the fuck out of here? That's what I say to that. So a dude on the sideline gets a freaking penalty for the team. That don't happen very often. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the right call, 19, because Kayan, he didn't shove him in the face. He got shoved. Raven says, thank goodness they saw it was on them. I'm surprised, honestly, that they saw that part. Neil wants to know, how often, Ryan, how much time do you spend every day kind of setting up, mentioning that you drive a Porsche? Hey, it wasn't my question. It was Neil's. He's in the Highlands today. Our Stu says that ULM player had too much Warhawk in him. If you remember, they got into some trouble. It was either last week or the week before, where the offensive line coach just went absolutely nuts on a player, and it was caught on TV. And oh, I know what he just said. Did you see what he said? Yeah, that's something that I don't think 19 would have said to him. I don't think I would have said it either. It's not very nice. We should talk to our friends better than that. Boy, they can't get enough of this McBroom, can they? I wonder if that'll make SportsCenter. I think he called him a bad name, too. That's not very nice. I didn't even know Kay and Lee had a cat. Boy, this is like adventures in fair catches today. Malcolm, buddy. He had one he caught in the air earlier, and that one was like cradled low. I don't know what's going on. But, hey, if he feels it, I guess it's all good. Alamo, I've already forgotten what he said. I think he said, get your pussy ass out of here is what he said. Ryan says, hey, what about the new kicker? Look, things are looking up. Why don't you hex him now? So he'll start missing kicks like Magoo does. Please don't. Chip says his family's making fun of him for going full Unabomber with his clothing today. He's trying to avoid a sunburn. He's got fair skin. And while I am certainly not going to be giving your wife any instructions, she might want to watch out for that too, because she's kind of fair-skinned as well. I would do that, 100%. Ravin wants to know, is Cam Coleman wearing a watch? Surely not, right? This ain't Reggie Roby. Remember that dude that punted for the Dolphins in the 80s and he wore a watch? I don't even think it was like a Dame Lillard thing. Because Dame Lillard wasn't born yet. Robert Smith says 13-0 Texas over Arkansas. So we're making progress there. I think it was 10-0 at half, so we're in the third quarter, added another field goal. There's a nice... So the last two thorn slides have been more fruitful, put it that way. T-Park says he is 100%. And our Stu says, oh, he's wearing a watch. Throw the ball. Throw it away. What? Let's see. Chip says his wife can actually tan. All right, good to know. Mrs. Chip is an incredibly nice person. She's just very nice. Number 19 knows her as well. Just very put you at ease. I'm not married to a particularly nice person. She likes me a lot, though. She's a school marm by trade. So, it is what it is. 19 doesn't want to weigh in on this. I don't blame you. Oh, we got an injured player. Or a cramping player. I want to see this watch. Trying to figure out what's going on with this guy. This is their their Jack backer, number 9. Oh, it's number 5. I'm sorry. A scouting report here. Yeah, 5. So he's kind of like their Jalen McLeod. And they don't really have another dude that can do the things that he does. So that would be a big loss for them. I mean, they're going to lose this game, but you know what I mean. Oh, they were looking for some Ole Miss shenanigans, weren't they? All right, he's up. Everything's fine. AU Taxman thinks that might be a fake injury. Yeah, I think it might be too. How bad was that one? Just complete. I mean, on a scale of Ole Miss to legitimate. Ravin says Cam is timing the intervals of Peyton's bad decisions. That happens right there. That's pretty funny right there. I like that. All right, 13 seconds. 1st and 10 from the 30. I mean, you got Ian ready to go for what I'm sure is just an absolute 100% field goal attempt. Oh, shit. I thought the hat was coming off, but it did not.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Sorry, man. It's just what happened.
No, go ahead. I think they're going to review it. What? Did he step out?
I thought I saw a hat get thrown, but the guy at the marker signaled for touchdown. He did throw his hat. Did we see it on that angle?
Yeah.
Oh, he went out of bounds?
He did go out of bounds.
All right, well, that's a wrap. Back we go. is being reviewed, but he did definitely went out of bounds. If you get forced out of bounds, does that change? Because I know, like in the NFL and the college, I think it's one of those things where it's different. Okay, so they're going to rule that he got pushed out. As soon as this ball goes up, then I'll give him the. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Our big cat says awful throw again, but 5 makes a play. Yeah, it was a competitive throw. I mean, I don't think it was great. Ed D said he got pushed out. Cam back in, legal catch. Indeed. See, Ed was ahead of the. Ed's the guy we need to have. He needs to be our rules analyst. Get him on the phone. Get him on the Voodoo Wing Company hotline. And number 19 updating the numbers to show that Dre has 2 catches for 60 and a touch. Thorne has 3 touchdowns, guys.
188 yards and 3 touchdowns and a half.
I know. For him, that's a hell of a lot. Hell, for anybody, I guess that's pretty good. I mean, is he going to crack 300 yards today? Yeah, amazing. Let's see. Damon says, I think you have to reestablish yourself in bounds to be able to make the catch. Fair enough. See? I get in that weird mode where it's like, hey, is it different in the NFL or whatever, blah, blah, blah. AU256 says, do we see Hank in a second? I got to believe that would happen because he was so close to starting anyway. And I think it's good to get him in there. Maybe they give Peyton, a drive, like a consolidation drive maybe to open the third quarter. And then at that point, you just kind of go. And Daniel says, we're still waiting for the F up. And Neil wants to know what the spread of this game was at kick. I can get that information. Okay, maybe I can't. Oh, here it is. 24.5 at kick. Boy, ULM really going for the big numbers here. That's going to be halftime. A fine half for the Auburn Tigers. Statistically, 24-0. You're happy with that. But beyond that, offensively, grinding stuff out. Defensively, really didn't give up a whole lot. They had the one drive that got to maybe the, 40-ish, and they ended up having to punt. So, all in all, a good time had by all. I'm freezing my baguettes off. I got to turn this AC up or something. I just think it's cold. You got a sweatshirt. Yeah.
How you doing, Train?
Hi, Drain. How are you? All right. Back. What's you talking about? He's like, hey, man. Word. All right, let's get Sir Hunter on the horn. Wait, I better not say that one too much. I think that's what LL Cool J once rapped. Like Santa Claus says you're a ho-ho-ho. You ever tried that one? I think that was a song called Dear Yvette on his record that came out in about 85 called Radio. Dear Yvette. Dear Yvette. All right, we're working on getting Hunter on the horn right now. I'm so out of sorts today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Hey, what up, bro?
What's going on, Jay?
Usual delights. Just watching Auburn actually demolish this ULM team.
Yeah, yeah, really should be about 2 scores more. Ideally, if you really want to see clean football, not finishing in the red zone and then letting the driver stall out here and there. But still not bad.
I mean, I just feel like Peyton's played okay-ish, but the rest of the team I think's played better.
I still think the defense just gets better week to week, which is great to see. The young guys on the perimeter is playing really well in space. Seen some good tackles by Smith. I've been hard on him at other times. He's made some good tackles in open space. In this game, have been in the right place. Good force plays by the corner in Crawford and Lee coming down and being effective in the quick game and the perimeter run game. That stuff's good to see. Linebackers being very, very active. To your point on Thorne, I think I don't know if it's a broken thing. He's struggling to see pre-snap what he should see. And if this is truly RPO concept, I don't think he's making the right counts or not understanding that people can move post-snap. And then in true pass reads, his eyes wind up on the wrong side of the field too many times to where they push the extra defender and not to the side where he's got numbers. So I'm not really sure what's going on with his eyes and his decision making pre-snap.
Isn't that kind of an odd thing to see from a guy who's played so much football?
It is.
Yeah.
One thing that it could be, a lot of times when you struggle, it's natural to try to change concepts and change ideas. In your head, you think you're simplifying something, but in reality, you're adding to it. And I don't know if Auburn's maybe tried to add reads or add in more simplified reads in the playbook, and it's just giving him more volume, the process that maybe he's struggling with. I don't know. But, like, for instance, the double move play when they were backed up on deep in their own, the double move play where they had a safety cap KLS to the boundary side, and he capped him early. So you need to know early in the process you've got a corner down and a safety high right there. That guy's essentially double covered. Well, what that does to the wide side of the field, it means that you've got a safety over a slot receiver and one-on-one on the outside with Coleman, and the linebackers in the box. So if you've got 2 routes and a back releasing out of the backfield to that side, you've got numbers essentially, one-on-one matchups at worst on every route. And so that's where your eyes need to go. And he looked double move. Damn it, never looked back to the other side of the field.
Yeah, almost.
So
was he coached weirdly on that? Like, it seemed like they put all their eggs in that basket. That double move.
Unless they just tagged it pre-snap that, hey, we're going X stutter right here. No matter what, then it was a really bad decision unless it was tagged pre-snap.
Okay, I got you. What did you think about Jarquez? I think that a guy like you, the way that you played the game, you love Jarquez Hunter because he just carries people down the field, right?
That, and there was a play, I'm trying to remember who caught the ball. Somebody caught the ball on the right sideline going towards the scoreboard on a short catch, and it turned into a first down. It was the one where Lambert Smith caught the ball in the middle of the field and then pivoted and broke back out.
Yeah.
Jarquez flies from out of the backfield in pass pro and sprints his ass 30 yards downfield and becomes the lead blocker in front, for yards after catch. And that's playing just with maniacal effort, man. You love to see that. Absolutely love to see it.
You love maniacal effort.
And I do, man. And the fact that he's probably the best cover guy on the kickoff team just makes it even that much more fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a stud. What did you think of?
He will make an NFL roster as a special teams player alone. Like somebody will pay him to be on an NFL roster just for special teams, much less his ability to play as a running back.
Yeah, I wonder if he could play running back. Because I'm surprised the Tank is a starting running back in the NFL, and he is, and maybe Hunter can too. I don't know.
I think Jarquez looks a lot like Tony Pollard from Memphis that played for the Cowboys, and I don't remember who he moved on to this year, but
yeah,
a lot of the same kind of dude.
It happens sometimes. What do you think about Austin Keys? Looks like he's wearing a neck roll. I feel like you'd be a pro neck roll guy.
Little throwback. I was 100% a neck roll dude, man, all the way back to damn elementary school. But neck roll, big face mask, come on with it. But Keys looks like he looks like he's running. He's playing a little more downhill, running a little better. I hadn't seen him miss tackles out of him today. Mousie's having another good game. That's been a really unheralded addition who's been a good glue piece for that defense.
Yeah, we don't talk about him very much, but Durkin always does whenever we bring it up.
Yep.
So that guy's obviously doing some stuff right.
When you've got a smart guy that can command the box, get everybody lined up, get them in the right place, and he's consistent and run fits, that's a really valuable piece, man. Really, really valuable piece.
Would you, just as a coach, would you change the quarterback here? Would you go to Hank and give him some opportunities?
I might even go beyond that, just for the sake of curiosity.
You talking about Walker?
I might have a 3 or 4 play package just to see what he can do against live bullets.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe Hank. I don't know that Hank gives you anything that Peyton doesn't give you right now. I do feel like, and I don't think Walker can carry a team, and from end to end in the game in any way, shape, or form. But I do think a guy, even when he's limited, that you can small package plays, maybe just a 3 or 4 play deal.
Yeah.
That he can execute, that you want to see him go live speed against live reps.
You're going to love this. Bo is great from the bunker says, rich kids had neck rolls. How do you feel about that, Hunter? No response.
That doesn't even warrant a response, man.
I know. He's just messing with you, bro.
I love Bo. It's great. I know he's just gaslighting some shit. Right?
Yeah, he's funny, man. Hey, listen, dude, it's just kind of a light day. It's ULM game, so I appreciate you coming on. We're just chopping it up, man.
For sure, man. War Eagle. We'll talk to y'all later.
All right, see you, Hunter. Bye.
See you.
There he is, Coach Hunter. How do I rate the quality of this call? I'm voting 5 stars. Number 19.
5 stars.
5 stars it is, and that's a wrap. Nick Kleinard showing off his national title plaque from or trophy, I should say, from last year, and they're really good again this year. And they had another amazing signing class. So I think this was a really good hire. Nick came to Auburn from UCF, where they were balling the fuck out there too. He's been at Auburn for probably a good, I don't know, I'm estimating now 10, 12 years maybe. He absolutely balled out though. Raven also jumps in to say 5-star. Bo, I'm worried about you. If you and Hunter get in the same room, he might just steamroll your ass. And at this point in your life, I don't think you'd want that. But, whatever. It's whatever you want to do. Let's see if we get B-Matt on the horn. I do want to talk to him about the flying Lego in the sky. Dude, seriously, SR71 Blackbird says, how many yards does Hunter have now? I guess he means for the season, because the stats for the game are right up there. But he may mean for the season. What up, B-Matt? B-Matt, are you there? You got me, bro? Okay. Every now and then I call somebody and it says, and they can't hear me. So we'll just call them right back. Let's see. R-Stews likes that hat. B-Matt, can you hear me this time? B-Matt, are you there? Damn it. That's twice. I've never had it happen twice. Should we try a third time? Yeah, we'll try it a third time. This is on my end, 100%. B-Matt didn't screw anything up. I'm just doing it wrong.
This again.
B-Matt, are you here? Can you hear me?
Hey, I hear something. Yeah, I hear something this time.
I've never had it happen twice, but today was the first.
Well, the third time was a charm.
The third time was definitely a charm. What do you think so far?
Well, I'm actually glad you called me 3 times because I fell asleep. So, is this post game or are we at halftime? What's going on?
Boy, it was a good game.
Yeah. Okay, good. Auburn won, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're looking good, and Walker White played great in the fourth quarter. So.
Yeah. It's the Walker White show for sure.
What do you think?
I guess my only complaint is this: I think Auburn probably could have ran for about 300 yards if they wanted to. They decided to turn it into the Peyton Thorne show, which is fine. He's played pretty well, thrown 3 touchdown passes, so that's nice.
Yeah, I feel like defensively they've been balling out.
Oh yeah, they've been really good. DeMarcus Riddick started for the first time in his career, made a great play in the backfield, almost forced a turnover there. But yeah, the defense has been balling out. Bunch of young guys out there playing, so that's good to see.
Check this out.
It's gotten better each and every week.
The SEC Network was interviewing Nick Kleinard at halftime, and he said that Hugh plays more golf than he does. That's really
gonna, yeah. It's gonna win over a lot of Auburn fans on the fence, right?
Auburn fans love hearing how much golf their head coach plays.
Yeah, especially when the offense plays so well. But obviously this is 24-0. I would expect this next week, and the next week in Tuscaloosa. I don't see why they can't do this again.
Are you honestly? What do you think at quarterback in the second half? What are you thinking?
Probably Peyton for another couple of series, assuming that everything goes well, and then it'll be Hank Brown, and then maybe we'll see Holden, and we probably won't see Walker. That's what I'm thinking.
My thought is Walker, because Hunter was kind of advocating, just kind of for fun, before I got you on that horn, that he maybe have like a 4-play package for Walker, just to see what he could do in a real game. I don't even think they've been doing that. I mean, he's been scout teaming it like exclusively. Right.
I mean, in warm-ups, he was the number 4 quarterback. Is this going to be like they're going to come out, put a cape on him, and he's going to jump out there as number 2 guy or something? I just don't see the point of that.
Like, what are you expecting? Brett Favre? I mean,
yeah.
He's a big dude.
I don't know.
We had a question.
Maybe it will be good, but
somebody wanted to know if the Eagle flew good. What did you think of the Eagle flight today?
The Eagle flew really good. He came around, made a little pass by the double wide in the sky, and then swooped down and nearly scalped a couple of staff members. So it was one of the best Eagle flights of the year, to be honest with you.
That's worthy of a War Eagle right there, my man.
Yeah, WDE, baby. Yep.
All right,
I have decided, though, that this is the worst pregame video of my career at Auburn. It's really bad.
I don't understand what you mean. Like in the pump-up video?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Like why?
I think that's maybe why Auburn is 3-6 right now.
Because there's no highlights?
I mean, it just doesn't. It's just stupid. And they make like this dead whale sound in it. It's dumb.
Well,
I don't know.
Can you elaborate? Like, what is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be like I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's got, a bunch of frozen shit going on, and players doing stupid stuff and dumb music. It's terrible.
We're going to have to get somebody on that.
Yeah, we will.
All right, B-Matt. Enjoy the flying Lego in the sky. I'm sure the food was outstanding. And
yeah, it was delicious. Yeah, I'm just glad out here to cheer everybody up, get everybody excited about Auburn football in the future here. It's going to be great.
All right, man. We'll see you maybe post-game, hopefully.
All right, man.
See you, bro.
Later.
Bye. B-Matt getting everybody fired up. Wow. Gosh, it's like a morning game. They're kicking the shit out of this team. Nobody cares. Like, it's ones and zeros at this point. They're either playing well enough or they're not. And in this case, they are. And I did ask if the Eagle flew good for whoever asked that question. So, yeah. A couple other things that Hunter thought. I talked to you. B-Matt and all you guys were here for the show, but talk about maybe getting Walker in a little bit. I am skeptical of that happening, but it'd be cool. It would be great for bunkering because then all of a sudden you'd have the Walker White fanboys have some ammunition and say, well, he went 2 for 3, guys. 2 beautiful throws on hitch routes against the third-team ULM defense. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and knock this. This stuff gets a little confusing to me sometimes. There we go. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one again. No, wrong one again. There we go. Travis J says, my early birthday, War Eagle J, War Eagle, honor Bruce greater than winning out and keep Deuce. Oh, wait. Honor Bruce, win out and keep Deuce. We could turn that into a song if we had it right. Like I could lay down the track and be like, honor Bruce, went out, keep on Deuce. I think we got something there.
It's got to be. We can dance to it.
It's got a great beat we can dance to, exactly. MWD says it's a freeze warning, B-Matt. Only problem is that it's one of those warnings you get 3 years in advance, and it's still TBD if it even sleets. Sleet. Sleet, motherfucker. Wait, we've got ants in here. What? They go from the window to the wall, to the wall, from the window to the wall. Great reference there. Love it. Solo Tigre says it sounds like it's trying to be a Christopher Nolan trailer. That is a perfect encapsulation. I have not seen it, and you've already described it to me.
The Inception noise.
It's the Inception noise. That explains why I don't know what it is, because I haven't seen Inception.
It's the wah.
Touch that screen. I didn't want you to lose it. It's supposed to stay on, but it hasn't.
Oh, to that, SR71 Blackbird copied my homework. He is exactly right. Hunter needs 25 more yards in the second half to hit 1,000.
All right, 25 more yards to hit 1,000. Darkside says, whatever JG is on, I want some of it.
It's good vibes.
It's good vibes all the time. Pocket Watch wants to know if MWD was at the game. Chip says, B-Matt is lucky he's in the double wide and can't see that crap because the screen is like, when you're in the press box, it's like right here, and you can't really see it. I guess B-Matt just hears the whale sounds. Let's see. John D says, Nick does not play double-digit rounds a year. He gets enough time at the club coaching. Yeah, that's just, I don't know. People get a little bit upset about, like, how much golf Hugh plays. The truth of the matter is that if Auburn was better, like we all thought they'd be, nobody would give a shit, right? Like, if they were undefeated and he played golf every day, nobody would care. But if they're getting their ass beat, you'd think, hey, why don't you stay in the office and figure out ways to not get your ass beat all the time, which I don't know. I still play Warzone on bad days. When I write a shitty story or make a bad moderation decision, I still play Warzone. I don't know. I look at it as the same thing. MWD says he's not at the game. We don't get any additional information about where MWD may be. He could be in the Sin Caves down in the Keys, or he could be at home. We'll never know. You won't touch it, will you? Do you know where that's from? Ren and Stimpy? Space Madness? That's exactly it. We don't know. Could be something good. Could be something bad. I guess we'll never know. You won't touch it, will you? Sorry. I like Ren and Stimpy. This is going back to what Darkside and SR71 were saying. JG is on the happy juice. I'm just happy to be alive, guys. Being alive is great. Here we go. Cassidy P updates to say that Arkansas has scored, and now it's 13-7. This really surprises me. I mean, Arkansas beat Texas the last time they played in Fayetteville, so I guess it shouldn't be that shocking to me, but like Texas has been really good this year. Sheesh. Well, they're not losing yet, so. Sam H says, we're still playing Hut Hut. Is that a question or a statement? And MWD says, guys are really flying around out there. Pocket Watch says, I'm here, but I keep forgetting to watch the game. It's that bad. Randy says, game day crew was discussing upsetting wins. They didn't mention Auburn could upset Alabama and ruin Bama from SEC championship. I really believe that SEC will figure out a way to get Alabama in there, even if they lose out. They always do, man. I mean, AU256 says Arkansas is driving as well. AU256, a permanent member of the Madison Mafia, by the way, and an absolute stud. Got some great things going on in his life, as is common for folks on the bunker. There it is, up in the clock tower. A beautiful view of the central Auburn campus. Taylor Zarzer on the left, former radio personality in Mobile, moved on to Charlotte and now is a broadcaster, a television broadcaster as well. Really has he really has what it takes. I knew first time I met him, I was like, this guy's going to be really good. He was like 25 at the time. I think he does a hell of a job. Cassidy Piece of Sarkeesian looks like a washed up tennis pro. That is actually a really good description of him. I don't criticize people's looks because, obviously. But, yeah. I'm kind of proud of him, though. I mean, he really was on the way to ruining a good career, and he got his shit straight. So that's great. And I know Feel Like a Stranger would feel the same way about him. Just not because Feel Like a Stranger is himself troubled. He just is one of those good people who works with people who are troubled. And those are the real heroes, in my opinion. Let's see. Tim says, not having seen Inception is a crime. That movie is a masterpiece. Number 19. I'm sure you've seen it. Thoughts?
I mean, it's good.
Okay,
it's a very Christopher Nolan movie.
Christopher Nolan did the Dark Knight, right?
Yes.
It's like that super cinematic, like dark shit. He does. I mean, Dark Knight's a great movie. All right, so we are opening up this half with Jarquez 25 yards away from 1,000. So we'll keep an eye on that and see where he goes. It looks like he needs to get to, and I'm bad at math, but 87 yards?
87 is the number.
Okay, I can remember that because the summer of 87 was a good one for old JG. I saw a pair of titties in real life. That's how I know it was a good summer. I was 14-ish. Somewhere in that range. All right, Peyton Thorne having an A day, guys. 16 to 24, 188. They're going to trot him out there. I'm a little surprised by, well, let's maybe one drive. This number 9 cat that got hurt, I don't have him on my list of players to keep an eye on for ULM. So Andre Mack can go get fucked. SR71 Blackbird says, titties. Cassidy P says Zarzer was on Sirius Radio about 8 years ago, right? I'm not familiar with that.
He had a morning show with McElroy.
Was that out of Charlotte? Maybe he was out of Charlotte at the time. He definitely went to Charlotte. I just didn't know. And D Lucky said he used to call into Taylor's show. That's great. D Lucky's an amazing caller. Let's see. Dark Side says Dark Knight, Inception, Oppenheimer. I've seen that. Interstellar. I've seen that. The Prestige. I have not seen that. Those are GOAT level movies, JG. All by Christopher Nolan, correct? I liked Oppenheimer. Uh-oh. Arkansas score. Okay, so Arkansas was down 13-0 at half. They got a touchdown. They got a field goal. Jarquez is getting no help getting to his 1,000-yard barrier. He takes a loss on that one. It happens sometimes. Sorry, Jarquez. Man, ULM, Peyton made the right decision there. That was a lot of effort to get that ball in there, but my God, he did it. He's grabbing his shoulder now. Oh, maybe he's going to come out. Oh, I didn't realize it's third down. I thought it was second down. My bad. That's why I'm not coaching. They probably need to sit his ass down. I mean, if he's grabbing his shoulder and they're up 24-0. I mean, that was not a great drive right there, but I was kind of hoping they have a better drive and then they could just get Peyton out and feel really comfortable about it, but it is what it is. Here comes Oscar. Boy, ULM's had a few confusing situations on the fielding punts today. They seem a little unsure. Yeah, I want to see what happens after this. Oh, nothing. I thought he might have got knocked down, and that's why his shoulder was hurting, but just happened to be that throw. T Park says, sit down, Thorne. I think that's a good idea. There's everybody's hero, Walker White, over there. He's a big dude. He's a big guy. He's probably, I don't know what he's listed as, 6'3" maybe? Chip says, J-Botron casting a big shadow. It's casting a shadow from the other limb. Wish I was in it. My theory is it was casting a shadow. That's from the Leprechaun video. Chris Stiff shows up. Hugh is not going to sit Thorne. Hugh doesn't develop talent. I don't even know how to rebut that. Maybe I don't need to. Look how perfectly. Look at the shadow that the J-Botron is showing onto the field there. It's like covering most of the Auburn defense. Tough shooting situation for my photography friends down there. Because you're having to go from dark to light like that, which requires totally different settings. Now, somebody like Butch Dill or Mark Almond would be amazing at that anyway, but goobers like me have a hard time with it. Let's see. Neil says, time to stick Peyton's ass on the bench, and for Coach Freeze to tell Walker White, it's just you and your hand tonight. In response to Chris Stiff saying that Hugh doesn't develop talent, D. Lucky says, Malik Willis says, hey. Chip says, Hugh is Gus. Gus is Hugh. Finkel is Einhorn. Indeed. Ryan says PT will not sit down until Hunter gets his 1,000 yards because he cares that much about his battery mate. That's even a concept. Little sticks route for ULM, and they get a few extra yards on it from a missed tackle by Dorian Mousey, who's now grabbing something. He might be okay, though. Like he was grabbing his left ankle. Could just be adjusting his spats. No, he's down still. Oh, is that Mousey or is that Sly? Oh, that looks like a cramp. Our big cat, excuse me, says tackling is poop. That's funny because Hunter was talking at halftime that he thought the tackling had been pretty good, which was true except for a really bad miss from Jaron and then one from Kayan. But other than that, it was pretty good. I think he was specifically talking about up front against the run. But, yeah, that wasn't the best tackling performance there on that last snap, that's for sure. Let's see. What QB is starting in the NFL thanks to Hughes' development? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. Is Malik still starting? I don't know. Chip says too many grown men drinking Michelob Ultra around here, talking about inside Jordan Hare Stadium. Hey, brother, I happen to think Michelob Ultra is delicious. A lot of people talking about having seen Jay Jacobs around town. And he's back living his best life in Auburn again. Reunited with, I'm sure, some of his good friends from his days at Auburn. Many, many days at Auburn. Some people mistakenly think that I don't like Jay Jacobs. I do. I appreciate very much his first name, obviously. And appreciate his service to Auburn University. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Number 19 has updated the Hunter touches to 10. Feel like a stranger jumps back with a reference to the Crichton Leprechaun. My daughter works in Crichton. Well, very close to Crichton at the University Hospital there. This is my magic flute. It was passed down from... I'm trying to remember what he actually says. This is my special magic leprechaun flute. It was passed down many generations ago from my great-great-grandfather, and I'm just happy to be here. He was Irish. That's right. You mentioned that he was Irish. Cassidy P thinks that Mick Ultra is apropos the reference that Chip made earlier because Mick Ultra is the beer equivalent of this football season. I'm not even sure it's that good, bro. I would probably say this is more like a Meisterbrow season. That's just my opinion. Or Natty Light. My high school girlfriend's dad drank a lot of Natty Light. Maybe a time or two I had a couple. And it wasn't great, but it was beer. Ed D says, yeah, I'll take a medium banana pudding milkshake.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
Wizard D mentions, hey, it's Kirk Sampson. Why are we talking about Kirk Sampson today? Why is he getting time on my screen? I'm angry. I actually love Kirk, but I was just wondering why he was on TV. He's probably my best friend at Auburn. He and I started working at Auburn the same day, same week. I got up there in October of 98, and he started working in October of 98. He was covering women's basketball. Fresh from a University of Tennessee, and he's been at Auburn ever since. Worked under Meredith Jenkins for a while, and when Meredith moved into a higher position in the administration, then Kirk moved up, and they both learned from the great Kent Partridge, who was the SID when I first got there. He had a great sign in his office that said, one must gag on fancy to appreciate plain. And I still think about that axiom today. Because it's true. Maybe it's more true today. All right, first of all, you're down 24 points. But that was a great play. And now your shoe's fucked up. So that's karma right there, dick. Boy, KN got a little Little rubber banded on that one. First time that they've given up like a play of significance in this game. So that's pretty good. Third quarter. Diego says, here comes the usual meltdown. This guy Auburn's, but I still think it's going to be safe. I know you do too. But they're going to put Walker White in there, and it's going to be game on, bro. Now, I just said they haven't given up any long plays. There's their second one. It's probably a, 20-yard run play. I like their tailback a lot. Number 22 is a badass. I don't think he'll be at Monroe next year. Look at that. Oh, my God. You got some three techs getting displaced very badly right there, and I don't understand why. Bo is great, says RIP Meredith Jenkins. She did pass away maybe 2 or 3 years ago. She was working at Fresno State at that point in her life. I had a complicated relationship with Meredith, but I had a lot of respect for her ability. She was a very good technical SID. She cared about doing a good job. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I really would like to see a 0 on the scoreboard, honestly, for a lot longer than I'm probably going to be seeing it. By the way, I got to change this to third quarter. I forget to do this all the time. I get so excited that we're back to playing football, and I forget to change the quarter. My bad on that one. Neil Jones says, look at that. Oh, my God. Story of my teenage years. Oh, sorry about that. That's pretty funny. Opepo? That's a cool name. I like that. Opepo says we might get Danger Zone here in a minute. That's funny. All right, they scored. Oh, bless.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior.
And I don't like you. Jerk off.
Do I make myself clear?
Fat Crack jumps in with a super chat. Super chat. Says JGT Wardam Eagle. I love the simple. I love that. I love the simplicity. It gets right to the point. That's what I like. Fat Crack, thank you, bro. Fat Crack's been with us a long time. Draining, bunkering, and just generally being a badass. We like him. Man, what is... There's their lefty kicker. When he was kicking, I think it was at Texas State. I can't remember which game it was, but he was kicking from a wide angle, and they were shooting from behind. It looked like he was throwing curveballs. It's weird. Bingo, who I don't think has been posting earlier, but here we go. With all due respect, Coach, I don't know who I don't know. I don't take it as disrespect, nor does number 19. With all due respect, Coach Freeze should be let go. Why? Why would you leave a fifth-year starter in a game up 24 when you have a younger quarterbacks or younger quarterbacks, who need to develop? I think it's fair. I feel like a stranger. I was going to say that. It's a 17-point game now. Excuse me. I got to update that score. My bad. My thought on that bingo, first of all, I don't think that's a fireable offense. Second of all, I would have given him one more drive and then moved it over. But what? So he's going to let Hank play, I guess, and then we're going to go to Walker or Holden. Okay. I respect it, though. I could definitely understand people being tired of Hugh, but I don't know if it'd be that reason right there. EPW says game over. Daniel thinks we'll lose. Tim says we might not win the game, LOL. He's not convinced that it's that dire. So I think it's fair. I wouldn't mind to have a sip. Just a little. Would you like a sip?
I'll take a sip.
Let me see if I got a cup. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use this used cup, and I'm going to give you the non-used cup. Even though it is the Commodore glass, number 19 is welcome. As always. Now, this is a very special bottle for me. There you go, my man. This is going to be a Maker's Mark barrel select, a private barrel select, from our guy at Chart Oak Spirits, who is a bunker member and a stud. This is in Auburn. Yeah, it's right by where BMAT shops. Anyway, 109.7 proof. And he got this bottle, or this barrel, I should say, I think 3 years ago. I've had it a while, and I loved it so much I went back and bought two more bottles, not two more barrels. And, yeah, I really like this stuff. So, cheers to you, sir. Who'd that be? It's Hunter. He says both of those big plays in that last drive were on Caleb Harris. He had his eyes in the backfield on the big pass. He should have been deep. Hash defender, and then he over-pursued inside and conceded the cutback run. Freshman will still be freshman. So, I mean, the point to learn there is, thanks, Hunter. Appreciate you on that. The story to learn there is that Caleb, as a true freshman, has good games and bad games. He's graded well this year. Holy hell, did you see that hurdle? Oh, my gosh. Jeremiah Cobb doing Montgomery things right there. I'm very pro Montgomery. Said nobody ever but me. I've lived here so long, I feel like if I don't say nice things about Montgomery, it makes me look like an idiot, because why would you still live here if you think the place sucks? Of course, I live in Hampstead, Alabama, so it's a little different, but whatever. I know a guy who lives in Highland Home, Alabama, and he lives in a nice community there. I like that. Down home values. Peyton is still out there, guys. I'm not sure about this choice, but, the margin is a little tighter now. Decent throw right there to Dre. William thinks that Hugh Freeze has lost the mojo. Oh, Ed D making a Wayne Brady from Chappelle Show. Hey, hear me out on this, Ed. So I've been thinking. Oh, nice throw to Malcolm there. I was thinking about. This is going to sound weird to you guys, but I was thinking about taking a break from auburnsports.com at some point and working on a book, not about Auburn, but about the Chappelle Show, and specifically the dissolution of Dave and Neil as the head writers for the show, and kind of what happened with the Comedy Central thing, even though he's addressed that in the Bird Revelation, and just kind of do some inside baseball stuff on what actually happened between those two, and then how they moved on from there. I mean, would you be interested in reading that book? Would anybody be interested in reading that book? I don't know. Courtney keeps getting on me about writing a book, and I don't want to write an Auburn book because I don't know. I just don't want to. Let's see. EPW thinks it's time for a pick six. The clock's ticking. Let's see. AU Taxman calls it a sabbatical, which it actually kind of would be, wouldn't it? And also getting encouraged from Pocket to do that. Courtney really would like to see me do something like that. I don't know if I would like to see me do something like that. I mean, I like it in theory, but like trying to go and get interviews with Dave, and I'm sure Neil would probably do it, but some of the other guys, like Donnell, I have to talk to Donnell about it. I mean, would he do that? There's a nice little gainer. 6 or 7 yards for Hunter. Boa's Great asks, will there be pictures? Ed D says it would be interesting. I'll take that. Yeah, maybe I'll do that one of these days. I don't know. There goes Muskie off the field. He was in there again. Getting some updates here from number 19, who's been what a stud doing the stats today, keeping us live and fresh. Solo Tigre says it would probably do better as a pod. Interesting concept. How do I monetize a pod? Shit, why am I even asking that? I'm not going to monetize a book either. You got to sell like 200,000 and monetize it. There's a throw. Dre with another first down catch. And I wouldn't call it a speedy throw, a zippy throw, but it was accurate. Auburn knocking on the door now. You might be right, though, Solo. Some of the pods. Oh, Jesus. Does the ball really need to come in there at 100 miles an hour like that? T-Park says, I would support, no doubt. JGT, thank you, bro. I know I could get like 200 or 300 copies sold, but I think I need more of the break even. I don't know. I might do it. I might not. Sometimes in the summer it gets really slow. And BMAT is a badass, and Stultzy's a badass, and Caleb's a badass, and we love Henry too. So We got a lot of people. Wizard D reminds us you can do a pod for a book. I hadn't even thought of it that way. What a wonderful idea. Another crushing run, this time from Damari Alston. There's a lineman in there who's not usually in there. Who is it? That's their safety, Williams. He's a good player. No, it's not Connor Lou. Did I see somebody that didn't belong in there on the offensive line? Or was I tripping? I don't see anybody unusual from that shot. No? Looks like the normal crew. I don't know what I was thinking. There's that quad formation that they were experimenting with last week. Oh, damn. So the concept, I think it was Rivaldo, was open on like I don't know what kind of a route you would call that. Like a delayed slant or something. I don't know. Oh, it looked like just kind of an in route, actually. He was open and just got knocked down. Percy, RR Big Cat, is that what it is? Hey.
You need anything?
No, how you doing?
You need anything?
I don't. I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Wait.
That's a Cam Coleman touchdown.
Another one?
I did see a flag.
Look how happy this guy
You're
is.
going to find out.
I gotta see this. We got encroachment for sure. Oh, jeez, damn, that was amazing. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That was amaze balls. Holy shit, man. That's a catch, guys. That's a touch. Right? Or was his hand the first thing to...
Elbow.
Yeah, I think it is going to be elbow by the smallest of margins, too.
Not enough to overturn.
Guys, that catch was rich, man. Wow. I see John Reed right there. You need to get your camera shooting, bro. John Reed from the USA Today Sports Network.
I think that elbow comes down first.
Wow, what a catch, man. Robert thinks it's not a catch, though.
Happened between the frames.
It's just like that girl that got murdered in Florida, and like they had the guy on tape, but it was right between frames. Coach Freeze trying to litigate this. We did have some super chats coming through. One from Shane. He said, "You should write a book about Java." That'd be a long one. There are a lot of chapters in that one. 'Cause I bet there was some Java going on before we even knew what Java was, right? Touchdown, by the way. And yeah, we've already got it on the board, so that's the way it is. War Eagle 0008, one of our pillars of the community and also just a general stud. Thanks for the show, JGT. Let's close this season out strong and win big, Lee, in hoops season. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for tuning in and super chatting and also just being a great member of the community. RR Big Cat says, "This is a deuce we need you game." And that's 31 on the board for the Auburn Tigers. Now, this has got to be the end of the road for Peyton right here. I don't know who comes in next. It's probably Hank, but John Reed, I'm going to make fun of you for not getting that shot. His lens was not the correct lens for that particular shot, which is fine. And he was going for his short angle lens, but it was a little bit late. Jake mentioned that Cam only had, what was it, 10 or 11 or 12 catches for the whole season coming in? And now he's having this game?
8 for 100, 3 touchdowns.
Shoo. And had a legitimate OBJ catch right there. Wow. And that gets Thorne up to like we keep talking about Cam, who's had an amazing game, and that catch was probably the individual highlight of the entire season. But Thorne's the byproduct of a great game from Cam. You could also argue he's the co-conspirator of a great game from Cam. Auburn on third down, 8 of 11, guys. We haven't seen this all year. And A. Robinson was just asking for Cam stats, and he just got him. So there you go. Ed D says Colorado up 35-16. I can't. Something in that range. And notes that he's had 95 transfers. How about that? What is it now? 9 of 13. That's what it is. 95 transfers in 2 years. Wow. Last 2 games are Kansas. Kansas is just okay this year, and Oklahoma State has been pretty bad this year. So they're gonna be right in that conversation for the playoff. And look, guys, I mean, whether you like him or hate him, he took a dog shit, probably the worst program, I would argue, in college football, in the major college leagues. And he might get him in the playoffs 2 years later. Ain't bad. Now, it helps to have your son be a potential Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and he's not even the star player behind Travis Hunter, but, at the same time, he gets credit for that. He's doing a hell of a job. And that's that. RR Big Cat wants to know how many yards till Jarquez hits 1,000. The answer to that question is 15. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 15 would be 1,000. Because he's got to get to 87. Nope, 14. I was told there would be no math.
There's a little math.
There has to be a little bit of math. Has to be.
Should I put Coleman in where Alston is?
Hell yeah.
Let's do that.
I'll do it right now. What's he at?
8 for 100, 3 touchdowns.
Nice. There we go. We've updated the stats as we should have done a while ago. I just never thought about doing it. That's why we love number 19, because he comes up with these good ideas. 8 catches for a hundo. Towns Magoo with the kickoff. Can do Magoo. And we continue onward with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. AU Taxa makes a great statement. Big 12 isn't exactly world beaters, as I once told the captain, the guy who was wearing the captain's hat down in Jamaica. No offense, but your team plays in a bitch conference. He was a Oklahoma State fan. And, yeah. Ed D says Transylvania University math degree, guys. Hell yeah. Don't defame Transylvania due to my awful math. We have a lot of smart friends that went to Transy. I'm just the bottom of the barrel. Oh, there's no way that's going to fit, is it? That's something I've said many times. Yeah, right there. That might fit. Let's see what happens. Yes. Number 19 getting a little, I don't know what the right word, industrious. Adding the countdown counter to Hunter's stats there. Pretty cool. Wizard D says, seeing where Prime has gotten Colorado, how high he's gotten Colorado, you know what I mean, compared to where Hugh has gotten Auburn makes me sad. Yeah, it's tempting to be like the Hugh fanboys, which I kind of am, not a fanboy, but whoa! Amaris? Is that Amaris? Oh, why did I think that was Amaris? What a dumbass. It's DeMarcus Riddick. He's going to be a player, man. Lee Jet says Prime has a quarterback. Damn right he does. There you go. Young man from Chilton County, Alabama. Just north of Montgomery. The county seat is Clanton. I didn't realize that my wife's staring at you all the time. Number 19. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
I got a picture of my wife sitting right in front of the computer. She's been staring at him all day. I didn't think about that. Let's see. Cassidy pieces. When Riddick puts it all together, I think we're going to like it. I already like it, but yeah. He looks really good. He could be a really good player next year. I mean, he's good now, but a really good full-time guy next year. There's DJ Durkin. Incredulous as always. And another stop on defense. Auburn's had a bunch of them today. And a nice comeback, honestly, from not a great drive last time. And Auburn's going to take over on the 27-ish. And let's see what they do. We're definitely changing something on the offensive line. I guess this is when they're going to shift into second team gear, which will be interesting, too, to see like who we go with here. Obviously, at quarterback, we've talked a lot, but they're going to make some changes up front, too. Maybe a little Tate Johnson action, maybe a little Tyler Johnson action. Maybe Roman at right tackle. Can we get off these goobers? Still got Connor Lew in there. It's still got Peyton in there for some reason. Oh, Jarquez, is this it?
I think that's it.
We're going to give him a
19 yards.
There he is, 1,000 yards for Jarquez. We'll get that updated. His 13th touch of the day gets him to 1,000 yards, and everybody's going crazy. He's the first Auburn player since 2021 to have 1,000. I'm reckon that's Tank. And I would not have guessed that Tank Bigsby had 1,000 yards, so I just didn't think he played that long. I don't know. That's what I get for thinking. You don't look gassed there. Wow, it's exciting. It's an exciting time. Call Me Biscuit in the house. What up, Swoogans? Holy Cam Coleman. Yeah, what a catch, right? That's insane. Daniel D. I believe it was Tank. Because they said it was in 2021. It had to be Tank, right? I just didn't know that he actually got to 1,000. Malcolm Simmons, you will not catch him. You will not catch him.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, is it time to get paid now yet? 5 touchdowns for Peyton. All the Peyton haters are going to be quiet, or they're going to find other things to complain about. I think it's because he's wearing that porn stash. I think that's helping him. I think it's helping Peyton. I mean, you're not going to catch Malcolm Simmons, guys. Oh, I thought he was going to miss that. Jeez. Yeah, Diego says Simmons is fast. Simmons is absolutely blazing. Thanks for getting that, bro. He's fast isn't the right word. He's like McCaleb fast. Ontario McCaleb. And don't ever forget, I bring this up so often because I don't know if we'll ever see it for the rest of our life. Ontario McCaleb averaged 10 yards a carry for a fucking season. And he played a lot. And he carried the ball a lot. We hardly ever talk about his role in that national championship team, but for obvious reasons, because Cam was so good and Nick Fairley was so good, but dude, McCaleb was a really nice complimentary piece. They used to run those Steeler sweeps, and that was a big play for Cam too. AU Taxman remembers. The streets remember that the story about Ontario being so quick he could catch squirrels with his bare hands. With his bare hands. And he grew up homeless. Well, part of his growing up, he was homeless and lived in a car. You talk about tough, man. Sheesh. Overcame that. Because he's a tough-minded individual. Yeah, Diego says McCaleb was tiny. He sure was. He was a very thin young man. He ended up playing defense in the NFL. But, man, he was fast. You're absolutely right. Dad of 3 girls says White is warming up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What would we play if he actually came on the field? It would just be like the greatest thing ever. We'd probably have to get like, Chris Hansen would probably have to come out there.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
That's what we have to say to all the Walker White fanboys. Hey, it's General Booty. He's coming out here for a little cleanup on aisle Jordan Hare. Got him. I love the name, General Booty. Dad of 3 girls getting everybody really excited. It's like he's just tickling. He's tickling our balls. But we need defense to get a stop here and get Walker White out on the field ASAFP. Caleb Harris in on that tackle right there. Looks like Trill Carter's playing right now. Ed D giving us an update for the Samford-Chattanooga game. Who'd you have in that one, 19?
I didn't have any action on that one, Jay.
I didn't know they were playing. I feel like a stranger. I love it. Ooh, that was a lick right there. That was a nice lick. Got some guys in the defensive backfield that I don't recognize, which means it's probably Kensley or Amon or somebody like that. Boy, Eugene was happy with that lick. Who is 30? I don't recognize that person right away. Doesn't really matter. We're going into the 4th anyway. Let's put up the 4s, guys and gals. It's going to be that time. We're going to have a night drain next week for the Texas A&M game. Night drains get a little squirrely. But that's the way we like it. It's definitely the way we like it. Snowburn says, tell 30 to tuck in his shirt. What are you, a schoolmarm? What are you going to do? Make him go to the principal's office? I'm just teasing, man. I like tucked in shirts myself. But I also like black cleats with black spats. And if that makes me a bad guy, then I just don't want to be a good guy then. I feel like that's classic Auburn. Classic Auburn. And I also was one of the only people that liked the 75th anniversary. It wasn't the 75th, was it? Whenever the anniversary uniforms were out, maybe 05-ish. And Auburn had the gray. It was like the one game where they had the gray masks. I thought those were badass.
Was that Vandy for homecoming?
Yeah, I believe it was.
They did the no logo helmets with just the stripe down the center.
Sweet. Tasty. You know, Auburn's part of their brand is that they don't change uniforms, which I respect. But I did like the gray face masks as a throwback. Chip says fourth quarter is what I literally just said. Fourth quarter light show doesn't slap at 2 p.m. Snowburn updates me just slightly. I said 05. It's actually 07 against Vandy. Thank you, Snowburn. Occasionally, I'll see a picture from that game, in some promotional materials or something, and I think that was awesome.
Yeah, so that makes sense. It was the 50th anniversary of the 57 national championship.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's what it was.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an SEC thing. But that would be even better. I wonder if Zeke would have been there. Zeke was still alive then. Can't remember. I think of 57. I always think of Zeke. And I don't mean Zeke Bratkowski, whose name I forgot on the show like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Tulane, man. John Summerall left Troy to go to Tulane. Troy is now in a mess, and Tulane is kicking ass. They're going to play Army in the AAC championship game. They're going to lose, but they're still going to play Army. I grew up a Navy guy because my dad was in the Navy, but hell, fuck it. It's the Louisiana Monroe game. We'll take. Oh, I hung up on him. Bob, call me back, bro. Here, I'll call him. I actually hung up on Bob there.
I thought
No, it's Bob, I think. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. What's up, man?
It's JG.
How are you?
I just want to see how you're doing.
I'm good. I actually brought some, actually a good buddy of mine, two of his sons to the game, and then they had to head back all day, and I set up some audio equipment for a presentation. So he's trying to get his kids to attend Auburn, and so they had a great time. Now we're headed.
Shoot, we're losing Bob, dude. That was the end of the road for Bob. But he called in, and I was looking forward to talking to him. He's out there. So Bob spends a lot of his life out on the range, so to speak. And I guess we're just losing the signal there. Oh, man. Oh, it's Jarquez Robinson. Hey, Bob.
Hey, I'm sorry. I pulled over in a spot where I had better service.
Oh, word. Is that what it was? Because we lost you straight up.
Yeah, no, I just straight dropped off the planet.
All right, so you were at the game initially, right?
Yeah. Took a good buddy that's really helped my business and really loves Auburn. Didn't attend Auburn, but loves Auburn. Has two kids that are just total brainiacs, like from a computer programming standpoint, and but also they have the rare ability to be normal people as well. So normally you're one or the other, but anyway, they had a great time. And then mom called and said that their audio technician couldn't make it, so they had to bolt. So
that's tough.
So taking care of that.
Well, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, it does. You got to take care of business. But we had a fantastic time. Here's something really cool. There was a hodgepodge of so we have 12 seats, and we had a hodgepodge of different cadets and military kids from different SEC schools sitting behind us. And a bunch of their friends came, and they were going to try and squeeze in together. I said, "No, guys, sit here." The guy next to me was from South Carolina. Next to him was A&M. Behind us was a guy from Alabama. You name it. It was just such a mixture. And so we moved down and let them sit. And then they were all drinking Michelob Light, which, if that's their thing, that's fine. So when I went to get us all some snacks and drinks, I brought them all back a Michelob Light. And they're like, "Dude, so are you serious? Like, we'll get you next time." I said, "No, buddy, we're good." And the dude from A&M told us, said, "See, I'm telling you guys," he said, "this is what makes SEC different." He said, "It makes Auburn different." So it's just, it's a cool experience to be able to talk to and talk to people from different teams, different allegiances, and then just show them a little bit of love. And it was just really neat just to welcome those people in. And I said, "Hey, we're going to have to leave." I said, "So, any more friends, just tell them to take our seats." So it was pretty cool. All right. Hey, what the heck happened? Why is Hank not playing? Well, I'll drive down the road and I'll hear the report later. All right. All right. Love you, buddy.
Thank you, guys. I do that every now and then, and I don't know why. I'm just a dipshit. Let me get this. Oh, hold on. I'm screwing it up again. There we go. Boom, boom. All right. Our Big Cat says they ripped the mic. Sorry, guys. My bad. Feel like a stranger had a cool idea. It said, let's call Burgo after the game. I don't know if Burgo would love to come on. I'd like to talk to him about that first. Yeah, I got excited. AU Skip says, haven't heard you in 4 minutes. 4 minutes, dude. Oh. Call Me Biscuit says, what the hell, 19? You've got one job.
I did notice it eventually.
That is a JG problem, not a 19 problem. I don't know, guys. You know, I've done that before, too. I don't know what my problem is. Anyway, we had I know Legit says, bro, just yapping. Blah, 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 blah. We had Bob Mapplethorpe on, and we love having him on. But, like, he was talking, and then Walker went on the field, and I was like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. Boy, bunker sentiment went like this, and then it went like that. Like, oh, my God, he's in the game. He fucking fumbled, and now it's, blah, 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 blah. Robert, I think, makes the right statement here to say in a real game, Hank would be the backup. I agree with that. I think they would have gone to Hank. But, like, here's the thing. Like, he's still a redshirt freshman. Like, he needs the snaps, too. He needs to develop a little bit. And considering he came this close to starting this game, like, I don't know. I was told he had a pretty bad week in practice. Not because he was not efforting. He just didn't perform. Daniel says, why you don't play a true freshman quarterback? Tell the bunker that, Daniel, because the bunker's been clamoring for this for like 2 months now. Well, a month and a half anyway. Micah Riley Ducker over there offering his condolences. And support. And support, I should say. That's great for Walker, though. Cassidy P, I missed it. Is that like SOS or something? I don't know. Raven says, well, at least this happened at the beginning of the fourth and not at the beginning of the first. That guy's watched a lot of Auburn football. General Booty put a ball up there that could have been picked off. It wasn't, but it could have been. Yeah, that's their middle linebacker, 35. I like him a lot. I think his last name is Glass or something like that. Or Class.
That's him.
Goes by Junior. Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, kind of slow, but he made a great play right there. I'm kind of liking this Louisiana Monroe Center. When I was in high school playing football, and I was possibly the worst player in the history of high school football. I wore number 50, and I played center. And I was terrible. I was made to play baseball. And it really, I should say, I was made to play middle school baseball because my arms aren't long enough. When I get into situations where I've got to throw 85 miles an hour, I'm not going to. Never was going to. Nick Ace's motion for Peyton Thorne to change names with General Booty. That would be amazing. Biscuit says he got a text and they're bitching about why would they bring in White and only run him. We are some miserable folks sometimes. Dad of Three Girls mentions, I think we need to NIL this running back for Louisiana Monroe. I kind of alluded to that in the Know the Enemy piece where I was like, this guy's going to be in the portal pretty soon, I think. Hint, hint. I actually think, this is the truth, if I was going to go pick a running back to come in next year and pay for one, I would go get the guy Pritchett at South Alabama. He's good, too. This kid's been awesome, though. I would take him all day long. Hardy. I mean, he plays for a fairly bad football team, and he's got 1,000 yards. Or let me rephrase it. I don't know if he has 1,000. I think he had 400 in the last 2 or 3 games. So, I mean, he can ball.
He's got that talent where he will fall forward.
We got a punt problem. We'll give Eugene credit for that. Short field for Walker White. This could be a hero story right here. Let's see. Wizard D says, what's with Bruce saying there isn't enough NIL for basketball? Are we shortening our best athletic program? Boy, that's a complicated, as they said on the Chappelle Show, I Know Black People sketch. Boy, that's a complicated answer there. No, I mean, first of all, like, NIL, raising money for NIL is such a gray area anyway. Like, you can't blame the university for doing that. You can't even necessarily blame the athletic department for that. I kind of look at, that was a nice play right there. I look at it as most people are giving thinking that it's going to be football, and then BP and his staff kind of have their own network of guys and gals who give money to them. And their network is very ardent and very supportive, but not huge. And so I don't think Auburn has the same kind of, let me rephrase that. Auburn basketball does not have the same kind of financial resources that you would see from other blue blood programs like Duke or Kansas or Kentucky. But they do. They have money. I mean, it'd be nice if they had more, but I can't fix that problem myself. So that's the short answer on that, Wizard D. I mean, they're in a like if they like Bryson Tiller, right? They could get Bryson Tiller if they had the money. If they had outbid Kansas for that, they would have gotten him. But the problem is that 5 stars are going for $1 million. Oh, snap to Mari Alston.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
I like that little dance there. Chip Chips is a nice run. I agree. Looked good there, for sure. Nice little cut there, or actually a couple cuts for Damari Alston. And Ian Vachon, who's been busy with PATs today, comes in for another one. And that's through the wickets, as the kids say. 45-7 Auburn Tigers. Walker White commands his first ever touchdown drive. Well, first in his college career anyway. And Damari had a nice little Ryan says we need to get a touchdown pass for White. I'm not sure that's going to be an effort now, right? I mean, they're up so much. I'm not sure they would want to do that, really. Chip says no effort from ULM defenders. I think they're just wore out. They're not a particularly deep defense. And they're also defeated. But I was saying earlier that they do fight. But not a ton of resistance on that one. I think you get the short field there. You're down whatever they were. 30-something. You're like, oh, fuck. Not looking good. I'm going to have another little pour here. Would you like a little more Maker's Mark? It's up to you. I mean, I know you're of age, so I don't feel like I have to. You didn't even finish what I gave you. You finished what I gave you. There he is. No bourbon naps today, though, G.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Robert says Jackson State giving Vandy all they want. I like it. And also Tim says give the kid a Scully. Talking about Ian Vachon, the kicker. I mean, he's been good today. He hasn't been asked to do a lot of stuff, but he has been good. And also, you know who else has been good? Number 19. Being the stats guy, our stats have had a huge upgrade today. Now we have a competent individual running the switches on that. Let's see. Call Me Biscuit says 100 to 1,000. Cam with that amazing touchdown catch and the kicking game. Although, again, not taxed very hard, but it's 100%. It's a good day.
Give Auburn credit on that third down number, too.
2 of 11 on third down. And 11 of 15. You kind of go both ways on that, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
DJ Durkin's going to be satisfied and good with 2 of 11. And UVids makes a good point that this team is not the 2012 team. I know that from a win-loss record, it kind of looks that way. It resembles it. But I agree completely. This team's better than the 12 team. I don't want to say the 12 team was untalented. It wasn't. It was just unmotivated. And okay, cool. Was unmotivated, and I thought the whole program just had a lack of focus. I don't think that's what's going on right now. I do think it was just a situation where they just lacked either experience or confidence or both to just get shit done when the pressure's on. And that's kind of a specific problem, and I don't know exactly how to fix that other than just doing it. Like, just keep playing the game. Keep getting yourself in, exciting situations and fucking learn how to close. But it is what it is. Auburn will be 4-6 here in a little bit, and that's better. The problem is that they got 2 tough games to try to get to 500 against Texas A&M and then, of course, Alabama. Chip wonders if Auburn scores 45 combined points in the next 2 games, what would their record be? He thinks that's enough to go 1-1. And Chip's not a homer per se, although he is an Auburn supporter. Be curious on that one. I think you're going to need 28 in each one of those to win it. I think. Ed D with the snap count on Travis Hunter. 122 snaps, including a touchdown and a pick. How about it? He's saying, cash me outside. How about that? Cash me outside. Best chance to reach the SEC championship game. Auburn not listed. This is a joke. No other school above 2%.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Damn. And Ole Miss can get into the playoff, not being on this page, right? I mean, Ole Miss can get in the playoff, right? Feel like a stranger says, I want to go in depth on your thoughts about the basketball team. Once you make the initial post-football game calls today, definitely curious to hear some insight on that. I mean, we still lack, a lot of data. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's a lot. You have to speculate a lot and kind of take current trends and go a long way down the road with it. Put a long tail on the kite, as some would say. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this ball club. I love the experience, and the shit with the airplane, that don't bother me. I know what happened, and Kai he went full Kai, and Turtle wasn't having it, and Turtle needs to be better about that, and Kai needs to be better about that. I mean, they're working on Kai. I don't necessarily think you got to work on Turtle too much, but it don't bother me. It doesn't bother me. That was a lot of fodder for fans of other teams, though. I'll tell you that. I've heard of all my friends that are like, Oklahoma fans, TCU fans, and shit. All want to joke about the fucking fight. Fight on the flight. Hey, y'all mind your own beat, okay? I bet you all get texts like that from Bammers or whoever, or Georgia fans want to run that mouth, and you're like, hey, man. Nice tackle. Robert Woodyard with the tackle. Another young man from Mobile. We talked earlier about Mobile players. That was a delicious tackle, some would say. $45-7 against Louisiana Monroe. Still got 9 minutes to go in this bitch. It'd be tempting to not even take calls after this one. Hey, guys, there's a game next week. We'll see you then. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, a leaping sack for Bobby Jamison Travis. Malik Blockton is there to show his appreciation. You love to see it. Let's see how close Amaris was to helping on this one, too. Oh, hell yeah, he was close. He's right there. Big time, man. You love to see it. DJ Jerkin not taking time off, even with the second team guys going. Well, he still got Kane in there. some of the other guys who are first teamers, but nonetheless, you know what I mean. He's still bringing the pain, bringing the heat. Yeah. That was another third down L, right? Set 2 of 12 on third down. That's pretty good. Raven says 97 a man. He is indeed. And our Big Cat thinks that DJ Durkin needs an extension. I think he'll just kind of stay here until he gets a head coaching job, whether that's this year or next year or whatever. I think he's going to get that chance again. There's Marcus Davis, former Auburn Tiger. I think he'll get that opportunity. Tim the Tool Man thinks that DJ definitely needs the bag, the proverbial bag. He gets paid pretty well, but he need a little extra. Wouldn't hurt. Chip wants to know about the Keontae Scott snap counter. Good God, it's been a minute. I haven't even thought about that guy in a while. He doesn't even get to field punts anymore. Yeah, I think Keontae, it's what a story. Went from just like an absolutely vital, critical player last year, a top priority as far as recruiting your own team and getting him up with NIL. And then he hardly plays now. And it's not because of injury.
He has not recorded a stat today.
No stats. Raven says, how is the wine at your end of the table? Do you get that reference? I don't get that reference. Felix Stranger says, thoughts on Tahad and JP. Interesting. Those two guys are very different. Tahad is just such a organic, making sense out of chaos. To me, like a more polished version of Sharif. Same kind of concept. As Hunter would say, he's the stir that stirs the drink. Such a creative, imaginative player, but still understands risk management and doesn't turn the ball over a lot. Had 0 turnovers in that key. He played such a huge role in the Houston game, and 0 turnovers really just shocked me because I thought he would be turnover prone against a really good, experienced team like Houston. Just kind of an auger. JP, on the other hand, is just super technical. I would call him 0% organic. He needs a play run, whatever they're horns up, horns down. He needs a play, and he needs to execute a play so he knows exactly where to go and who's going to be where. Now, in the last game, I thought he attacked a little bit more downhill in an open set. He had a couple really nice plays driving downhill and getting the ball kicked out. One was to a 3 that missed, and one was to a 3 that hit. But the second of those was a wide open layup that he passed out of. So I don't know. I think he gets in his own head. I think he's a good player, and he's a good teammate. I just think he's just so technical. And he's playing for a team here at Auburn that is more organic. I'm not saying they're like the most organic team in the country, but they skew more that way rather than having that strategic rigidity. It was a nice throw. I couldn't see it in the darkness, but anecdotally, the throw from Walker White to Dre was really nice. Was that Dre? I think it was.
KLS.
KLS. Boop, 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 boop. KLS gonna rock y'all. I feel like a stranger notes that Denver's defense is special. Chaney is a revelation though Bruce told us that last year. Yes, he did. And Broom, obviously, All-American first-team start. He's been great. Love what Chaney's done. Chaney is the guy that you just pull for. He's the easiest player in the history of Auburn University to pull for. He's good. He's humble. He's friendly. He talks to people. He empowers people. He's complimentary. He's positive, happy, glad to be here, thankful for the opportunity, plays his ass off, gets better, works out all the time. Like, he's just that guy. And I would say a lot of the same things about Chris Moore, except Chaney's a better player. Auburn's got 2 of those guys that are just literally sunlight, and you need those guys. You don't need a whole full team of them. You just need some of them. And I think Auburn's got just enough. Because then you got some other dudes that are maybe just a little more competitive, like Kai, who's a very intense individual. And Tahad's a very intense individual, although I wouldn't call him. It's kind of a different energy from him. He's more like exuberance. Kai can be a little hateful sometimes, but you need some dogs. Kind of like what Dylan was talking about on Instagram. Trying to think who else would be a dog. Denver's kind of just like he's neutral. Tim wants to know why they're talking about Ryan Williams. I don't know. I don't hear a word they say, and I'm still pissed about that. What does he have to do with anything? A.E. Robinson says start Walker, my man right there.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
I was just kind of kidding with that, but actually it's getting crazy. Daniel says, any basketball brain drain? Yeah, I mean, we do those. Look at that catch from Cam Coleman. Unbelievable. That's going to be on SportsCenter for sure. We do them, last year we did them during conference games that started kind of early because sometimes the conference games are supposed to start at 8, I think, and then sometimes they get pushed to 8:20. Well, that's 9:20 in the Eastern time zone, and by the time we finish the game, and then I've got to get a column out, which I work on during the game, but I still got to finish it up and shit. I can't get on the air until almost midnight Eastern. That's asking a lot of even the most ardent and supported brain drain viewer to hang with me from 12 to 1:30 on a weeknight. That's a lot. So we will have them for sure. And if this team stays in the top 5, we're gonna have to find a way to just keep doing them regardless of time. But it can be hit or miss just because of the scheduling. Sam H says, "What did you expect when you lock up a bunch of dogs on a plane?" See, that's what I'm talking about. Dylan's got that positivity. Feel like a stranger says Tahad blew me away in the Houston game. Yeah, he was a revelation, and I watched him in practice, and I know what he can do, and I was still kind of blown away because I didn't think he could do that against Houston. That's all. Jeremiah Cobb reminding us that he's a good football player too. I think of him as kind of a 2B tailback. I don't really think of him as third. I think of him and Damari as equal of being the second guy behind Jarquez. And I think both of those guys have their aim on being the starter next year. Hey, quick question. Is 78, is that Drake Carter? Because I don't know the numbers as well as I should. I guess not at left guard. Huh. South Carolina is playing a game that I think they could win. Is it LSU? Sam H says, I'm a hard brain drainer. Sam H is a real one. There's no doubt about that. Let's see. Ravin says, I will be there for basketball brain drain no matter what the time. That's because you live in an area of the country, I don't want to name where you live, where time stands still, my man. Because you're in traffic all the fucking time and you never get to go anywhere. But I appreciate the sentiment. And I know you would be that guy. Split zone concept. Oh, that was like a veer. He's more of a rushing attacker than I thought. When I see him in practice, he does run the ball a good amount. And he's a big old dude. But, yeah. Ravin says, do you brain drain hard? Feel like a stranger takes it one step further and says, are you hard? Not salty. What's up, bro? He's here. Smash that like button, my brothers and sisters. Thank you. For reasons that I don't have a good answer for, I just never put this on Twitter, the show today. I should have. I just kind of ran out of time. When I started the show, I was really out of sorts. Me and Courtney, we partied hard last night. We went late night. We got up a little bit late. We had some stuff we had to handle this morning, and I literally got in here, I think about 5 minutes before kickoff, and 19 was ready to go. So it was, I was out of sorts. Brain drains are a big deal to me, but I was a little bit jarred there. Feel like a stranger says it's never too late for a basketball drain. And James Taylor also says, I really am thankful for the drain on basketball nights. Well, then maybe we'll just start. I'm willing to commit to it. It's tough for me to do the column and then start the show really fast because I really want to listen to Bruce on the radio. And then I need to put those quotes in the column, and then I need to send the column, and then I need to post the column. You see what I'm saying? And then you guys are sitting there going, Jesus, man, I wanted to have the show ready, and I don't know. I need like a handsome or gorgeous young person to like co-host the show with me. I mean, 19's doing a great job, but like these basketball drains where like the other person could run it for like 15 minutes to start with, and then I could slide in. After that, like Maddie Tate would be a great candidate, except Maddie has an actual job and doesn't live here. But other than that, it's not a big deal. Darkside says, do one basketball drain per week. Ed D reminds us, the streets are a member of the 8-hour COVID brain drains. Yes, that was something. D Lucky says, interim host. D Lucky would be an amazing start-off host. Unfortunately, D Lucky lives too far away from me. I believe that if I lived in D Lucky's neighborhood, or if he lived in my neighborhood, I would hang out with him a lot. And his wife, I feel almost as strongly about. I just don't know her as well. But I do know this about Mrs. D Lucky. She don't put up with any shit, and that's the kind of girl that I like. I know a lot of you guys out there are married to soft women who just do whatever you tell them to do, and hey, man, if that's your gig, I ain't hating. I'm saying I gravitate toward another kind of gal. And I don't want to say too much here, but I think 19 probably feels the same way.
It's true.
Mrs. 19 is a doer, not a follower. We ought to have a group. There ought to be like a subset of male culture of men who like strong women and support strong women. We should have a cool name, like the Iron Falcons or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, man. This is like we're going into COVID brain drain. It's 45-7. This game's been out of hand since the second quarter. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. D Lucky's got my back on this. Of course he does. I know her, and he knows her. He knows her better than I do. He's married to her. Chip says Courtney could come on first and drink some bourbon and talk shit till you can step in. Not a terrible idea. Here's the problem. She works 6:30 to 6 every day, so like she gets up at like 5:30, 5-ish in the morning. And if I'm asking her to do the show until, midnight or whatever, or 1, that's just not cool. Sam H remembers the Sin Caves. Of course, that was MW Deve. Wizard D says brain drain for the Duke game at least. Listen, I have a specific hate. And I'm not being soft here. I hate Duke more than anything on earth. I hate Duke more than sin itself, okay? I will do a brain drain for that. We ought to do just a watch along, just so I can mock Duke in any way I can possibly do it. Maybe I could call my Kentucky friends who also hate Duke, and we can laugh at Duke all game. That'd be fun. We're still going, by the way, in the football game. Walker White is throwing the ball. It could have been a touchdown, but it wasn't. That would have been a bunker orgasm right there, or a bunkergasm, had it been a touchdown pass from Walker White to Perry Thompson. That would have been like the end of days right there. Unfortunately, it was third down, and Walker threw it short when Perry wanted it high, which makes perfect sense because you want Perry Thompson challenging high for balls because that's what he does. Ian Vachon coming in for the short field goal, capping off what could be a 40-point day for him. I'm just kidding. It's not really that many. Guys, he's 100%, man. We need a sidebar on the kicker. I swear we do. I need young Henry. Wait, what's he asking for here? Why was he motioning like this? It was weird. Nick A said he called the Perry play. You actually did. So that would be amazing. Ryan says there it was. There was the chance. It could have been it right there. Chip is summoned, number 19, and said we need a Google AI assessment of the chat. Number 19 scrambles to his phone. awaiting what Grok or whatever is willing to offer us. Peyton Thorne on the sideline with his newly grown porn stash. Really, that's not a porn stash. That's a flavor saver, but I like Peyton. I've had a chance to interview him a number of times now, and he's really grows on me. He's kind of dry, but there's actually a lot of humor behind the dryness. He's like kind of, I think he's a sarcastic person, but he tries to not be like too bad with reporters, but I can still sense it, and I appreciate it. Ice Cream Man! The Ice Cream Man's coming down my street. Can y'all hear it? That was the Ice Cream Man. Remember Eddie Murphy?
Ice Cream Man!
Ice Cream Man! Oh, did we get a AI?
Yeah, my phone didn't give me one.
It didn't give you one.
Y'all need to chat faster.
What? Oh, God, we've only got almost 900 chat lines today. That's not that much for us. We've had some that were like over 5,000. It's Monroe, though, to be fair. I'm going to get on here myself. See if it would give me one of these. Maybe they know that the top search thing on that is Brain Drain Auburn. Need to learn that. Well, by God, I don't have one either. I'm pissed. Can I request one?
I did like the stream, though, while I was there. You should, too.
Oh, I got an idea here. Don't ask me for information, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. Maybe in the first time in the history of super chatting, I'm going to super chat myself. Hey! We got a super chat coming through. A super chat from the Bourbon Blend. Thank you, Bourbon Blend. I was actually checking for that AI thing, and then I saw the super chat button, and I decided to super chat myself. Hey, we're having fun. That's amazing. Crocky Poo says, why are people saying ULM was good? Because they had a good start. But I tried to write it. Well, I wanted to be nice, but in the Know Your Enemy piece, I try to point out that they're not very good. I mean, they're just not. They don't have a quarterback. They have a good tailback, but they don't really have anything else. Well, they have one wideout and a tailback. That's all on offense and defense. Just like nobody that. No, that's not true. They have a safety or two that's actually pretty good, but maybe it's the guy who just had that. Oh. Oh, God.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
God, that was some dog shit tackling.
Hey, just fell over. There was no tackling. Look at this.
Well, the cornerback was down. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, my God. T-Love, what are you doing, bro?
Ole.
Boy, that is just really poor, man. Ay, ay, ay. What are we looking at? Oh, score.
No, NWD.
General Booty is just the PG version of Kyle Angus. Colonel Angus. There was a dude that used to play at Mississippi State called Reprobatus Bibbs. Reprobatus Bibb. This dude's name was Bibbs. But the Booty Bloodline. Shit, a lot of ways you can go with that one. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Bourbon Blend. I love watching you guys show. Oh, wait, it got canceled. No, it didn't get canceled. I had to sell my mom's house. We calculated it up. It was $700 a month to keep that house empty. That's too much. Diego says, was that Ricardo Lewis trying to make the tackle? I believe that was T-Love. And, yeah, I was trying to come up with some kind of clever way to play on love right there. That's a love miss that we hated. I don't know. I could have come up with a better headline if you gave me a minute. Diego says danger zone, LOL. I mean, look, guys. There's 4 seconds left. Now, if ULM gets a 30-point pick six, it's over. Or no. I'm mathing here. 35-point? Oh, that would be a tough one. Dre Carter is playing. There he is. A 34-point pick six would be a tough one. I mean, that's statistically...
It's hard to do. I just wondered, did that last touchdown break somebody's over-under?
Oh, I bet it did, man, because it was close. Well, not the line. It'd be only the over-under, right? Walker White gets the kneel down to finish off a masterful performance. The Auburn Tigers win 48-14. Why am I still at 45? I know why. Because I didn't add the freaking field goal late in the game like a dumbass. 48-14, the Auburn Tigers, even though it says 3-6 there, it's difficult for me to change that live. They are actually 4-6. And Louisiana Monroe, as Crocky Poo had mentioned earlier, not very good. They just had a good start to the season, but they have not been good lately. I think that's 4 in a row now they've lost, and 3 of them have been blowouts, 2 of them to teams in their league. So just something to kind of think about and chew on. Tim is... number 19 to be the man for this. 0 penalties on Auburn today. Is that true? I don't remember one.
0. Only 2 on ULM for 20 yards.
Wow, that's impressive. Got a picture that Chip would like to share with the populace. Here's a little friend that he made at Jordan Hare today. What do we think that is? Could it be a boar? Could it be a cat? Or might that be a rat? What do you think, number 19? Is that a rat?
That's the scoreboard operator.
Hey, got him. That'll be our first ever live laugh track right there. Ed Deese is 45.5 was the over-under.
All right, so we had already made the over before that late touchdown.
Is that right?
Yeah, we had already made the over before that late touchdown. That didn't make anybody cry. Oh well.
Chip says it's actually a possum. Also, CJ jumps in to say possum, and so does MW Dave. Possum. Well, whatever. They didn't charge him a ticket, and that pisses me off. Probably should have. Mad Barber, what's up, bro? Along with a few turnover-worthy plays that they missed.
We were playing ULM. He could have had a press pass.
Boo. As the local marsupial, the opossum, Ravin answers, exclaims. Whale Driver with a super chat. Appreciate you, bro, for the...
Wow, what a super chat.
Checking in late, not a bad performance. Any win is a big deal at this point. You're actually right about that. Remember there were some people, and I think it was facetiously, but saying on the bunker maybe a month ago, they're not even going to beat ULM. Holy shit. Although ULM was playing really good football at the time, and they're not now. But it's still Auburn. Cassidy P says, bet that possum's seen a funnel cake or two. Yeah, we've lost a few during the day. JG, I saw a possum walk off with one time. OB alum, if you're going to call, you got to call on the hotline, not on my cell phone. Thinks you got the wrong number. A possum. Thank you, Travis, for jumping in. And Ed Deese is possum making his way to the Hugh Feach press conference. She forgot about his old John Deere. CJ jumps in, my man. He says, Ms. 19 says, why in the hell does 19 have a mic? Oh, snap. He's used it rarely today. I encouraged him to speak more, but he hasn't spoken a lot, so that's all right. Ryan says this was a record-setting game. It is. Hunter cracks the 1,000-yard plateau for the first time for an Auburn back in 3 years, so that's nice. And he's a badass. was also a record-setting game that Auburn had 100% on kicks, first time in a while. Just throwing out numbers here. You know how it goes. And chewing on this W. It's been a minute. Last one was Kentucky. This could be the last one of the year. Well, until basketball gets going. Basketball plays North Alabama. The Lions on Monday night. I think that'd probably be an opportunity for Auburn people to enjoy a win, although North Alabama's been pretty good this year. I don't know how they did against Sanford the other day. Probably beat their ass. I don't know. Raven says, calm down, number 20. Raven, it wasn't me. Mrs. 19 said that. But, of course, since the statement, number 19 hasn't even been on the mic. Therefore. What do we want to do there? I got to turn this off. It's too distracting. First of all, we want to give number 19 full applause for his work as the stats guy today. Him and CJ did an amazing job down in Orange Beach, at which time we discussed the possibility of them doing that on a more frequent basis. We're glad to have you. He's sponsored by AT&T. I wish he was. Let's see. What do we want to switch over to our post game? Yeah, I think we do. It's getting to be that time. Which means we're going to wipe off all of the outstanding work that my man has done today. We got Mobile alum on the air. What's up, gal?
Hey, JG Tate. I have just got off work, and I didn't have a chance to listen or watch to any of the game. But
none.
When I turned you on, I heard you say Walker White with a masterful performance.
Yeah, I was being a little facetious, but not really. I mean, he's fine.
No.
He had a fumble, though.
It happens.
But he did play.
So we won.
Yeah,
Did we cover the
48-14.
spread?
The spread was like 20-something, so yeah, definitely there. And then over-under, yeah,
Okay.
got that too.
Okay. So overall thoughts from the game?
For the most part, Auburn did what it was supposed to do. Defensively, 2 of 12 on third down is really good. 12 of 17 on offense. So for the most part, it was good. Thorne was good. Cam Coleman had a great day, had a great catch, had the best individual play of the year, in my opinion. Wow, that Rivaldo touchdown was really good, too. Yeah, I don't have any complaints.
Did Hank play at all?
Nope. Not one single snap for Hank Brown today. They went straight to Walker.
Wow.
And also, Peyton seemed to hurt his arm on a rollout throw, and they kept him in the game. Of course.
Well, yeah. Well,
it happens.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't have anything else. It was pretty much this game was
I heard
put away a long time.
Was that CJ? Was that CJ's voice? I heard.
Oh, number 19's here with me doing stats. He's here in the
I
house.
was going to say, it sounded like he was right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, awesome. Well,
He's
tell
literally
him
right here with me.
hello.
Yeah.
Well, hey, CJ, what's happening?
No.
No, this is 19.
It's number 19. It's the dad.
19. Excuse me. Hello, 19.
We need to get
How
a
you doing?
soundbite where he goes, 19. 19. Remember that song?
Yes, you
Paul
do.
Hardcastle. I'm going to get
Yes,
that.
you do.
Yeah.
So, are you concerned at all about Deuce Knight and Ole Miss?
Not any more than I'm usually.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I think it's an issue, but
sure.
I think he'll stick with it. It's a good opportunity for him. I mean, this place is going to, it should be up further than it is, and I think it's going to be up next year, and I think if you're late to the show, it's going to suck to be you. Not you, but him.
Right.
Because if you go to Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin bounces, that's a wrap, bro.
Right. And apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the backup quarterback play last week or a couple of weeks ago at Ole Miss, and he looked really good?
Yeah, I think Jackson Dart got hurt in the Georgia game, and then he came back.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the left-handed guy was good, I thought.
Yeah.
Simmons, I think is his name.
So, I don't know.
So,
I
yeah,
don't know.
getting ready
And
for Texas A&M
finally,
next week.
Yep. And finally, how you liking this basketball team?
They're good. We all knew they were going to be good, but I didn't know that they'd be quite ready for Houston, but they sure were, and Tahad was ready for prime time that night. Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird
Yep.
game the other night against Kent
So-
State. They were way better and just kind of
It
had to
was.
grind it out a little bit. But, I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
When you come off a win against Houston, at Houston, like shit,
Sure.
it's hard to stay up.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So, what do you think our win total is going to be like the next 6 or 7 games? Because we've got some massive Duke. Who else? Who the big boys?
We
Duke.
got Iowa State for sure
Yep.
in Maui, and then there's going to be some other nasty teams to fuck with there too. So I don't know. I mean, I think you try to just go positive. You know, you try to have more wins than losses in this next group because I mean these are really good teams we're playing now. So
Yep.
After this North Alabama game, it's going to be bumpy. When they got because Purdue beat Alabama last night, and Auburn's got to play Purdue again. Well, I'm sorry, Auburn's got to play
I
Purdue
didn't know that.
in Birmingham. Yeah,
Right. In Birmingham, yeah.
still
So
got
it'll be
Ohio
like a home
State.
game, which will help us.
Yeah, that would help.
Yep.
You think? We got Ohio
You
State
think?
over in Atlanta, and then Maui's going to be loaded. Plus the game at Duke. So yeah, it's going to be tough. Don't expect them to go undefeated in this group.
No, I don't. I was just wondering what your thoughts were. So, question: okay, let me rephrase this because I don't want to jinx because we don't do well in the tournament, at least not recently. What is our ceiling?
Final Four.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, I hesitate to say this, but maybe a national championship. I mean, like I think they're going to contend for that. I need to see more games.
Sure.
Because the key to winning a national championship, you got to have a game. You got to have a team that has shitty starts to games and then turns it around.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had it, like the game they had against Kent State was kind of like that. If they did that against Alabama or Texas A&M or Tennessee, like then I would be really encouraged because you got to be able to dig out. But remember this: when you win big in March, it's because of guard play. It's almost always because of guard play. And if Tahad's going to be like this, and if Denver's going to be like this, and if Miles Kelly, who's not necessarily a guard, but he's like a 3, if he's going to be like this, then I think they've got it, man. I think they've got enough. But it's very early.
It is very early. Do you see us winning the SEC?
I never predict a championship, but they're going to be right there, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Kentucky beat
they're in
Duke
the
the other
top.
day. I was shocked. Now Kentucky's got to be considered for that too. So
Sure. So the top of the SEC is us, Alabama, and who else?
Tennessee's really good. I think Arkansas will be there.
Okay.
Anybody else I'm missing?
UK?
Yeah, I mean Kentucky beat Duke the other night. Like I would have thought they were down in the second tier, but maybe they're up. I don't know.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
it's crowded.
So how do you feel about Texas A&M coming in next week?
Yeah, I think that's going to be about an 8-point line, and it's going to be a dogfight. I mean, I wouldn't give Auburn about a 35% chance of winning that. 30%, I don't know. Peyton today, he was my least impressed player on the field today. Was Peyton, and he finishes 22 of 32 for 286 and 5 touchdowns. But I feel like I don't know. I walk away just not necessarily impressed with him. That's probably not fair, but he's just okay. I thought.
Yeah. Well, do you think we hold on to I mean, there's going to be attrition with recruiting. I mean, that's just the world we live in now. We're going to lose some players. Every team's going to lose some recruits. Do you think we hold the bulk of this class together?
Damn near all of it. Damn near all of it. Yeah.
And
I think
finally,
because
what do you
he
think
sold
about-
them on this vision from the beginning, which was we're not ready yet. We need you to get us to the last step. So.
But I think you agree next year there's got to be proof on the field.
Got to be.
You can't go. It's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, 500 would get him fired next year, and I think everybody, not Auburn people, but outside, random people in Dubuque, Iowa, would go, "What in the hell are they doing?" But that, I mean, no, that's not going to work next year. They've got to win like 9 games or something like that next. They got to be good. They got to compete, and they should.
They
should.
Yes.
They're going to get a quarterback or two, and outside of Deuce, and get on with it.
Right. So they are going to get they've got to get a transfer quarterback, correct?
They need 2, in my opinion. They need Caden Salter and somebody else.
Okay.
Like somebody better. They need 2. So let those guys fight it out, and then Deuce can get himself going, and then he can compete with Walker or whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
Hank
All
goes
right.
bye-bye,
And
Peyton starts
yeah.
coaching.
Yeah.
Just being real about it.
Is there a, let me find the right word, a difference in attitude between, like, I've read articles where there's a difference in attitude and enthusiasm from Hughes recruits from this year and kind of the leftovers, the older people or the transfer people versus the kids that, he brought in from high school. Is that accurate? Maybe a different focus, a different attitude?
I mean, I think they're more, higher caliber athletes with more of a winning background, maybe. But
right.
I don't really consider that a big factor, no. I think Hughes just got to get a little more focused. That's just my opinion. But he can do it.
Do you think he needs to just make a choice of he's either going to be the play caller or he's going to be a CEO-ish type head coach? Do you really think he can effectively do both in this day and age?
You can. I don't know if he can.
Okay.
And I think that he would be wise to bring in someone who's not his friend, but who is a very good offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would benefit from that. I think Auburn would benefit from that. I don't know as though he'll do that because he's just so into his people,
Yep.
But we'll see.
Well,
they've got to have to make some changes. They've got to.
Yeah.
Unless they go out there and mop the floor with A&M and Alabama, and then at that point we've got to have a different conversation, I guess.
Right, but the chances of that happening are,
They're low.
You never know. You never know.
I know.
You never know.
You got to
But
stay positive, right?
They're low. You do, but they're low. And finally, do you think we get Naheem Alford?
No. My guess is no on that one. They just got Shane Arno, and that was a nice flip from USC. But
Yes.
I think that's probably about it at corner. I mean, it'd be sweet, though.
Okay.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah. 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 Are they
All right,
still
then.
going after Babalola, even though he committed
Yeah,
to
they'd
Michigan?
love to have him. He's committed to Michigan. They'd love to have him, but I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
We shall see, but I wouldn't expect anything there.
We shall see. But is it not just mind-blowing to look at, we're a 4-8 team, and let's assume we don't win the next 2 weeks, and we've got, what level are we now in recruiting? 5, 3? So, I mean, I know they're different on different sites. Isn't that just the most mind-blowing thing? And you've been following Auburn longer than me, really, that follows it closely. And isn't that just the most mind-blowing thing?
That they recruited such a high level and not winning?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
But looking so bad on offense, I guess, is a better way to put it.
This staff, after Harsin left and got his ass out of here, they came in with a very recruiting forward approach to a point that was almost laughable last year, where Hughes like, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of coaching a little bit, but I'm really recruiting. Like, they've been very recruiting forward. So for me to see them after a full cycle, well, actually their second full cycle, to have a really nice class, that's not shocking. No.
Okay. Cool. Well,
all right,
it
then.
was so good to see you a few weeks ago. It was
Hell yeah, it
awesome
was.
hanging out for a win.
I know. I feel like I got to be in Orange Beach more because that's where we win. Yeah.
Exactly. Good karma. Good karma. JG and AA down by the water creates good karma, right?
AA down by the water. I was up there at the getting it done in the living
I
room
know.
with you were there at 1920 and
Yep.
BNOBA.
Yep. And Chip periodically.
Yeah, well, Chip was running the show. But yeah, he was in there too.
Yes, he was.
All right, Mobile alum.
Listen,
Hell of a
man, it was
call.
so good to see y'all a few weeks ago, and you have a great evening.
All right, see you, girl. Bye.
Bye.
There she goes, Mobile alum. Quality of the call, 5 stars. Fuck yes. We love Mobile alum. Entertaining and fun. And positive.
Absolutely. A lot to be positive about today.
Of course. Well, she didn't know about it. She was working while we were all playing around on the internet. She was out making that dollar. What she was doing. Cassidy P, I made a joke about I thought Hugh needed to be a little more focused. Cassidy P says Hugh too focused on that short game. Wow. Call Me Biscuit says you are a patient man, Auburn Athletics. I don't know what you mean by that. but I appreciate it anyway. Whale Driver says it's not as mind-blowing as people think. We can sell playing time because the team lacks talent. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. And again, this has been their approach the whole way. We're not there yet. We need you to get there. So now you look at the team and you say, oh, they're 4-6, and they have a couple, some really nasty losses. The Cal loss to me is just like unfathomable. Hey, that would have been a win if you were here. Oklahoma game would have been a win if you were here. Like, we would actually be potentially ranked if you were here instead of these screwballs that were fucking the game up for us. Peyton, Hank. One man's opinion. I really are going to go over to the post game. I got to change the this thing real quick. This one, number 19, can talk for a minute if he wants to, or if he doesn't want to, that's fine too. The final score here was 48-14.
48-14. Good guys.
Good guys. Do we know anybody who's a ULM graduate? I do. Do you know who it is? It's Neil McCready. He has a degree from ULM. He also has a master's degree in getting the fuck out of my life because he doesn't like me anymore. Sad story. Sad story. Number 19 is going, is it really? I don't know that it really is. Some people weren't fans of Neil. Not putting words in his mouth. Just saying some people weren't. Just like over there, some people weren't fans of me. Thought I was a dumbass Auburn fan. That's not fair. Anyway, here we go. Ravin says team lacks talent but has more talent than it has in years. I would agree with that. Gators, my man, Gators says Hugh's going to play. You guys got to stop with these golf jokes. Number 20 in the house. What's up, G?
I just wanted to call in and give number 19 a huge shout out for his stat work today, man.
Yeah, he's been a badass today.
I can just tell.
He locked in. Sure. He got the numbers.
There you go. There you go.
And I know you knew he could do it.
Yeah, of course. Next year, I think I'm planning on doing some, maybe switching off with him.
Oh, damn. Is that how it's going to be? So, like, he's going to come in here and set the groundwork, and then you're going to, like, take over?
Probably.
Like Stephen
We'll
Pearl?
see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
I got to train him up.
You've been doing it your whole life.
I am going to. I mean, I will say, man, it was good to see Mobile I know just called in. It was good to see her in Orange Beach and everybody else. It's good to finally watch Auburn be decent at football, even though, unfortunately, it's ULM and they're not good.
They're not good.
I hate to be at the point in the season already where we're just praising whatever win we can get anymore. I'm going to take what it is. I mean, Chip kind of put the nail on the head there earlier. That possum is the symbol of Auburn season. It makes you want to go to sleep and let that possum go out. I mean,
it happens to me too, bro.
Yeah.
It really does.
I mean, I am going to go to the basketball game on Monday, and then 19 and I will both be at that massive game in Birmingham for the Purdue game. I am going to pump a little bit of sunshine here. This team can win a national championship. Absolutely.
All right.
This team absolutely can. It's luck's got to be on our side. Who we get in the tournament, all these other variables, and whether somebody decides they want to double dribble like last time.
Yeah, I got screwed on that deal.
Yeah, there's a lot to go around, but I've seen some really, really good things from this basketball team, and I'm very glad to have Bruce to save us for another year.
Yeah, I think it's year to year though with BP now. Like one of these days, he's just going to say I'm out.
BP has built a absolute juggernaut of a program, and I'm very glad that we still have him.
Yeah. He ain't going anywhere else. He might go to the house one of these days.
Let me ask you, what have you seen of J.P. Pegues this year? I haven't liked a ton. I haven't seen a ton I liked myself. He seems to me a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
timid
I think that's fair.
is the word I would use.
Yeah. That's what's going on. He's a technical player.
He's not. he's a heck of a player.
Yeah, he spent his whole career at Furman like running shit all the time, like running scripted plays basically. And Auburn is like a more organic team. Auburn has plays. They install shit every single game. Yeah, they have like 40 plays and they install like 6 major ones for each game depending on what the other team likes. He's so used to running plays and shit, and Auburn plays kind of more organically.
Auburn doesn't do that. We're more of let's create chaos and go with the flow kind of.
No, they have
team,
plays. I don't want it to seem like BP's out playing golf or anything.
No,
they're installing
I
shit, but like they also are more organic than most teams.
Yeah, we take the energy that we've got and the momentum that we've got, and we go with it. I get that part.
Yeah, and that's
I
not
know we
JP's
have set
thing.
Plays as well.
He's not feeling that yet.
JP
I think he will.
JP doesn't thrive in that kind of a system.
He's going to have to.
He's going to have to. I think he'll get better. It's just a matter of time with him. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Tahad this year. Good Lord, he lit up Houston.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good player.
He's real good. I really
vigilant.
liked what I saw out of him. And Miles Kelly, obviously the first game.
Yeah. Are you proud to be
We've got a really good basketball team. I think we're up there for sure in the SEC, and for sure we can absolutely win a national championship if things go the right way. I'm really loving this team.
That's what I heard that.
Shout out to number 19 and everybody else who we saw in Orange Beach. I'm going to let you go, JGT. You have a good one.
See you, man. Bye. What's it like having the offspring on the air like that? And you're here.
Yeah, I'm in the headphones, just like it's like he's right here.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? They grow up so fast. My God. By the way, you're using BMAT's mic. Yeah, he has the purple line. Oh, they can't see that. It's a purple line.
Doesn't smell like banana pudding.
I'd like one medium banana pudding milkshake. Raven says AU is a motion-heavy offense. Yeah, I mean, they have plays, and they run plays, for sure, but they also have what they call open, and open is just kind of like a principle-based offense rather than a positional-based offense. It's like, here's the basic concept, which is score, and you can either use cutters or screens or ice, like a DHO concept against an ice or whatever. It's more about ideas rather than positioning, and I think that's what JP is learning to do. And I think he'll get there. He's a intelligent, skilled player. He's an important part of what they're going to do, and they're going to need him. So that's the situation there with the basketball team. Good call from number 20 there. One of our he's a bunker badass. And a son of stats engineer, number 19. Also son of Mrs. 19.
Who's just a regular badass.
Yeah. So just a regular badass. Garden variety badass. No, we wouldn't say it that way. Wow. So I'm going to go see Pink tonight against my will. My wife rarely pulls that card on me, but she did today and said, I just want to go see Pink. I love Pink. I'm like, who? I can name. You have to name 3 or 4 songs before I believe you. And she named like 6. And I said, okay. Matt N says, pardon my ignorance, but what year is JP? He is a senior. He's got 1 year left. Raven says, call was so solid. Great job, 19. I'm reminded, Raven, that the only time you've ever called into the show, as I recall, you had a proxy. I don't know if you remember that. He had someone call in on his behalf. And it was as if he said, and it may have actually said, I am in the car with Raven. However, I'm going to speak for Raven. And that's how it went. That's my recollection. And this may have been during COVID, so it was a long time ago. But sometimes that's what happens. We have a very light turnout for the show today due to this being ULM, and it's also a beautiful day in Alabama today. I'm sure our friends in Georgia are having a great time too. Super chat coming through, one of these right here.
Super chat.
From the man Blake R., our main man from the Eastern Seaboard. War Name Eagle JG, been busy with work today and haven't been able to join, but I had a few minutes and wanted to drop in to say hello and give my obligatory donation. What a badass. Thanks, Blake. Appreciate you. Always here for us. And not as active on the bunker as some, but super active here, and we love having it. Ravin says that was a COVID call, reminding us. Gators, who is very pro EV, at least for his wife's car, says number 20 drives a hybrid, so he's all right in my book. I asked Gators for some of his opinions on Tesla the other day. He is a noted Tesla enthusiast, you may know, number 19. And it turns out he doesn't know as much about Tesla as maybe I thought he would have known. Now, to be fair, it is his wife's car. I don't know how much we all know about our wives' car. I know a lot because I was there to buy it. But maybe not everybody is. My wife drives a Acura RDX. That's not a car that I would buy. But it's a car that she likes, and she loves driving it. That's all that matters, right?
It is.
She works hard for the money, as Donna Summer would say. So hard for it, honey. She works hard for the money, so you better treat her right. If Donna Summer tells me that, it's as if it's coming from God's lips himself. Donna Summer, a great singer from the 70s and 80s from?
I don't know.
Boston, Massachusetts. That's correct.
Exactly.
Along with Jay Giles Band, The Cars, and Boston. Yes. Great Boston acts. No answer from Gators on the Tesla situation. I think I stumped him with some Tesla questions. It happens sometimes. Well, what do we want to do here? I did text J-Head. I forgot to see. Now, I did not contact J-Head. Oh. He did answer me while I was talking. I did a poor job of getting up with J-Head in a timely manner today because, on Saturdays, sometimes or often he's working, and it's kind of a dick move to just call the guy. But guess what? I have great news. J-Head is available, and we love having J-Head on the horn, so we're going to call J-Head right frickin' now. And number 19 cannot hold his enthusiasm. Calm down over there. Immediately. I beseech you.
CT, what's up, brother?
J-Head, what's up, man?
How are you?
Well, W, and everybody's in a good mood and wants to talk about basketball.
Okay, then it's a good Saturday. I like it.
There's no doubt. Shit, some good things happened today. Some 5 touchdowns for
They
Peyton
really
Thorne. Cam Coleman was off the hook. Like, good shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the first time probably since the Alabama A&M game that you had 2 receivers over 100 yards. Jarquez also contributed another 100, and now it's over the 1,000-yard mark for the season. So, and then again, you talked about Peyton, 286 with 5 tuds. So a good day all the way around. And realistically, this is what you should expect from an Auburn football team. Law Monroe is not the kind of opponent that should be on the field with Auburn. Realistically, they shouldn't pose much of a threat, and they didn't today. And that's what I think at the beginning of this season, that's what everybody kind of expected from Auburn, is to see them handle inferior opponents in this way. And for whatever the reason, with some of the other competition that we've played at the Power 4 level, it just hasn't translated. But today, everything kind of took shape the way it was supposed to. And you got some good play from some of the guys you had to have it from.
Yeah, for sure. And Cam was off the chain, dude. That catch for the touchdown was unreal. That was like poetic.
Well, you see what his talent ceiling really is, right? I mean, I think it's probably taken longer than he would have expected, and maybe some of that is just the learning curve with being a younger player and playing a level of competition that he hasn't ever seen before. Part of it is probably some of the issues that we've had on the offensive side of the ball, not just at quarterback, but I think the overall play calling dynamics / just offensive issues that we've had. It hasn't been clean on that side, and I think that may have, maybe that's contributed a little bit to maybe him not necessarily playing as well as he would like to. But I think that puts him right at 400 yards for the season now, somewhere around 5 touchdowns. So goals in front of him are to get over that 500-yard mark and to continue to grow and develop. But you just, again, when you see him make one-handed catches and contort his body and, how he can cut in and out of breaks at that size. I mean, it's freak show type talent level, Jay, because guys that have the ability to get in and out of their cuts or in and out of their breaks, be able to throttle down that way, and then also be able to accelerate, you just don't see it a lot.
Yeah.
And today he had the full arsenal on display.
Hey, and also Jarquez he cracks 1,000 yards today for a team that's not been very good. Dude's been a workhorse. I'm glad to see him get the 1,000 yards. It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal because I think it's the first time since 2021. I believe Tank was the last back to go over 1,000. And so now Jarquez gets to join a lineage of other backs in great Auburn history that have been able to do that. And, quietly, I think he's crept up where he's somewhere around the top 5 in overall yardage for running backs in Auburn history now. So just a really solid career, and you love to see it pay off for a guy that's worked the way that he has. It hasn't always been great around him, and he did have to stay in Tank's shadow for probably the first 2 years. But seeing a guy being able to take that next step, really happy for him, and just excited to see what his future potential is and where he might fall in the NFL draft.
Yeah, somebody's going to get Hunter was talking about at halftime, J-Head, that he thinks Hunter can make a team just on special teams alone because he's just such a aggressive, great special teams player just for that facet, let alone his ability as a tailback. He's just a good football player,
I don't disagree. And when you start talking about later round picks, because I don't know what Jarquez's 40 time is going to be or what his overall top end miles per hour would be, and that's really kind of a determining factor for running backs and how high you go in the draft. They're checking how much mileage you got left on the tread, and I think they've done a good job, Hugh has this year anyway, of kind of mitigating, just overriding him the way Gus would utilize certain backs, because running backs only have so many carries. You know this just as well as anyone. So I think he's, over his career, he's been used sparingly enough that he's still going to have enough tread. But what's his overall top-end speed, I don't know. But when you start getting into those later rounds, 4th, 5th, 6th round, when you can contribute on special teams, that's a bonus, and that helps you get drafted at times. And he's shown over and over again his unwillingness to sacrifice his body on special teams and continuously go out and play with maximum effort. And you can make an NFL roster absolutely just on being able to do that, much less, his ability to be able to run with the football. And I think he'll find a way to contribute. Now, the biggest thing with him, and you saw it on display today, he's going to have to continue to evolve as a pass blocker. That is the one thing, if I'm going to critique Jarquez's game, that he's not great in pass pro. And it's something that in the NFL, if you get a quarterback killed, that will get you cut from a roster quicker than anything. So he'll have to take a next step there. But other than that, he's just a really solid running back, a great kid, a great ambassador of Auburn University. And, I just look forward to what he's going to be able to do in the future.
Your thoughts on Walker White being the second quarterback in the game for Auburn today? I was surprised because Hank was allegedly very close to winning this starting job today. They go with Peyton, and then they go straight to Walker White. It's like he didn't even exist.
Jay, I'm going to be honest with you. I want to hear what Hugh has to say in the postgame on that because I'm with you. To me, it makes a statement, and I'm sure Hugh will downplay it, and he'll just say, hey, I just wanted to get Walker some snaps and see what I had. I've seen that with Hank several times over, so, we felt solid about him. But to me, if I'm Hank Brown and I get bypassed by Walker White, a guy that I feel like I'm over in the depth chart, I'm not loving my position there, right? Because you're seeing Hugh toy with other guys in a position where you feel like you're in the catbird seat and that you should be competing for that spot. And as far as what I saw from Walker, I saw probably what I expected to do. You see a superior athlete to Hank. I don't think there's any question on that. He's got a lot of arm talent. He's still very raw in certain facets of the game. But you can tell it slowed down for him between spring training, like how he kind of looked in A-Day, to today. It felt like he had more control of the offense, and he had his eyes more in the right spot. So it's going to be interesting to see, but I can understand why Hugh's trying to get him snaps because he kind of fits the paradigm of what he's looking for in a quarterback. He fits the mold. Him and Deuce both kind of bring that dual threat factor and have those pro style, just like a really, could knock you over type arm, and he wants to feature within his offense. They kind of look like an SEC quarterback, Hank, as much as I love him, he's more of a cerebral player. He's a pocket passer, and I don't know that he's an ideal fit for what he wants to do ultimately on offense.
Yeah, he's probably belongs somewhere else. Honestly, I mean, it's an offense that works better for him. You hate to say it.
I mean, no, you do hate to say it. And just because he's not an ideal fit at Auburn doesn't mean that he couldn't go somewhere else and light it up. You know what I mean? I think the kid still is very talented. I just don't believe he's an absolute fit for what he wants to do within the structure of this offense.
Yeah. How significant for you is it that Deuce was here, Deuce Knight, of course, the committed quarterback from Lucedale, Mississippi, came here this weekend. He was at Ole Miss last week. Some folks on another network were suggesting that maybe he's going to flip to Ole Miss. A lot of anxiety over it, but now he's at Auburn this weekend. Is that a good sign, you think?
It's always a good sign anytime you get him on campus. Now, they are going to have to battle. Ole Miss is not going to go away on this. Now, should Auburn fans necessarily be uneasy? No, I don't believe that. I think Deuce is committed to Auburn, and the intention is to stay in the class as of right now. But that doesn't mean if you're Hugh Freeze that you can lighten up. So I would have some measured concern there, but nothing to the point that I'm like, oh, yeah, he's on flip watch. And I understand that there are people in the industry that have a different feel than that, and that's completely understandable. But, you know, sometimes it's a process of who has what information. And sometimes information can come at a premium, and you're only as good as your source on this situation. But as far as the people that I've spoken with on this, I think that we're still sitting in a pretty good spot with Deuce. I don't get the feeling that he's on any kind of a flip watch at this point. But if I'm Auburn and what I'm paying attention to is and this is just how I would handle things if I were Ole Miss, is that if I'm going to make my move from a financial standpoint, I'm going to make it late. And I'm going to try to make it as late as I possibly can so that Auburn has limited time to react of whether or not they're going to match my offer or not.
Interesting.
Because at the end of the day, to me, it's going to come down to what's the NIL package, because both Hugh and Lane. Now, Lane has done a better job of late in developing quarterbacks, and he put that on full display this year with what he's been able to accomplish at Ole Miss, along with other quarterbacks that he's developed and put into the league. Hugh's done the same thing. It just hasn't happened lately. Now, you can say that Peyton's gotten better this year than he was last year, and I think that's true. I mean, you can already see the yardage difference and the number of touchdown differential with Hugh calling plays this year, but the overall offensive operation just hasn't been clean, and it'd be a tough sell to say, hey, I'm a better play caller or a better offensive guru than Lane Kiffin, but I do have that in my repertoire. So at the end of the day, I think it's a little bit of a comparable situation, and there's an opportunity for Deuce to get on the field earlier here at Auburn than it is at Ole Miss, specifically with Austin Simmons being in the wings there in Oxford. So those are probably the things I would hit if I were Hugh, but just be careful because, again, this is the day and age of NIL, and things move late. So that would be something that I would be paying attention to if I were Auburn.
You know, Rodney Garner says big dogs walk late. Same concept.
Rodney Garner is right.
And NIL espionage is a real thing.
It absolutely is, Jay.
It is.
You get some head turners as you get late in the season.
All right, J-Head. Listen, man, I did not do a good job of getting up with you ahead of time, and I thank you for jumping on very short notice because you're a fucking stud, and I thank you for that.
Listen, brother, there's no place I'd rather be on a Saturday afternoon than with you, big dog. So anytime you shoot me a text, I'm always going to make myself available. But I hope you, the administrative assistant, and everybody else in the chat has a wonderful rest of your weekend, okay?
All right, J-Head. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
No, appreciate you.
Bye. There he is, J-Head, the legend himself. I just can't thank him enough. He's been such a good friend for a long time, and I know he works with Jay Lee on the other side. And look, man, there's enough to go around for everybody. I love the work he does over there. I love that he calls in with us, and he's just a good dude who gives a shit about Auburn, and it's the kind of people you want to hang out with. Speaking of good dudes that give a shit about Auburn, Kanuman is in the chat. Got a bunch of folks that fit that description, but Kanuman is here with us as well, so we're fired up. Kanuman is his life is a little more exciting than my life because I just hang out here with you guys all the time on the computer, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. But he goes around the world to different places here, there, and everywhere, and lives his life on the road a lot. I'm jealous. It must be fun to hear him tell the tales of the road. the adventures, the highs and the lows, the beautiful places that he sees, the mountains and the groves. Whale Driver says, I love the positive vibes that always come from J-Head. He really is that guy too. It's not a put on. It's not an eminence front, as Roger Daltrey would say or sing. Burners1 says, what up, JG? Good work as always. Thank you. Great work for you just to be here with me on the show. We didn't have a lot of well, I hate to say participation because the people here were kicking ass like usual. We just didn't have the numbers today because, it's ULM. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in, some people would say, lower Alabama. I don't know where we are in Montgomery or Hampstead. I think of Birmingham as being, central Alabama. I think of Mobile as being lower Alabama. So we're kind of stuck in the middle, and I don't know what we are. But anyway, it's a beautiful day here in the southeast. Not a cloud in the sky, about 65 degrees. And I'm sure there's people out there that having fun. Outside Whale Driver said, I wish I could be that positive. He lives that life, man. T Park says, holler at me about Tesla. I really need to talk to you. Like, actually, I don't know what the best way. I don't think you have my number though. I'll hit you on the on the site because I got some pretty pointed questions I need to ask you about that because I'm a little bit off on some stuff and I need to get straightened out. Matt N joking, you hang up. No, you hang up. JG and J-Head are so cute. I just have so much respect for that guy and yeah, I don't know. He's just a good dude, man. Kanuman talking about his life of adventure. He's a swashbuckler out there. He's like, if a pirate was a really good guy and did good things for people, that's what he would be like. Pros and cons to everything, he says. Admittedly, has some rather fun pros and highs to mix in there, for which I am thankful. See what I mean? What a level-headed, appreciative human being. That's why Kanuman's such a legend. Such a legend. And he's an operator, too, in the sense that when I found myself in a very bad, sticky situation in Greenville, South Carolina during Auburn's maligned trip through the NCAA tournament a few years ago, he and Pocket, some of his other cohorts, found a solution to my problem and saved me from a very dark time. It was a very dark time in my life. And I sure do appreciate it. I'm just here babbling. Just babbling about stuff. I even brought up Neil McCready earlier. Some people were surprised. Kind of miss old Neil. Yeah, I do. Anyway, some cool stuff that J-Head talked about. I wrote down some words. Lineage. He used the word lineage. I also recommend maybe if you have some extra money to buy some Lineage stock in the stock market. Lineage is the world's largest network of cold storage warehouses. So if you're into cold storage logistics, you probably know about Lineage. It goes by call sign L-I-N-E, line. About I haven't checked out the stock lately. It's probably about $80 a share. And it might be a good time to get in on a really good REIT. Not financial advice. He also said to use the word mitigating, which I use a lot, which is a great phrase. And he also used the phrase catbird seat. What a badass. Not only is he a great caller, but he's a great linguist. Or he's a cunning linguist, as some would say. Kin, perhaps, to Colonel Angus. Or maybe not. I don't know. I haven't researched. I'm not on Ancestry. Although my wife is for some reason. Let's think about what Hunter talked about at halftime and what he was thinking about. I wrote down some notes, so you guys don't have to worry about the notes. He said he thinks the defense gets better week to week. Number 19 stats are now off the page, but I believe that Monroe finished 2 of 13-ish from three from three on third down. DJ Durkin's going to be fine with that. Gave up 14 points. Probably won't be as fine with that, but I don't know, whatever. He said pre-snap reads are not a strength for Thorne, that he doesn't feel like Thorne is understanding necessarily where to go before the snap. And he noted, and I thought it was a very prescient, interesting insight, that, I don't know if you guys remember this, it was late first quarter, early second quarter, where they had like a hitch and go. I think he called it a stutter route, where he had a corner that was sinking on the route. He had a safety that was playing over top. So that means that he had 3 receiving threats against – he was going to have 2 guys on the other side at minimum, maybe all 3 that were in one-on-ones. when he sees that kind of attention given to a one receiver side, a Z receiver on the backside, why would he not then turn his attention to the other side and consider the three other options, at least two of which are going to be in a potentially advantageous position, whereas Dre, as the Z receiver there, was bracketed and had no chance to get the play completed. So play unfolds. He's obviously covered. He's capped. There's no way that ball's going to – I mean, Aaron Rodgers couldn't even get that ball in there, and he didn't even consider anything to the left. He just went right. Now, is that a coaching mistake? Is that something where they said, oh, this will work, definitely look right? I don't know. Who knows? But from Hunter's perspective, and he's a guy who's been a defensive coordinator for a number of years and now a head coach for a number of years at two different schools, plus the son of a Hall of Fame coach, and himself a linebacker at Troy State, he knows the game. He's got some issues with what's going on there. He also used the phrase maniacal effort, not about Thorne, but about Jarquez. This is before he hit the 1,000-yard plateau, talking about what he gives on special teams in addition to his tailback work. I think J-Head made a good point, though, that he's still got some work to do on his pass pro, picking up blitzes, and when you're in the NFL and they're given – we all know, those of us who are NFL fans, how important a quarterback is to your program. My team, the Raiders, we don't have shit, and guess what? Our team sucks every single week, and it's miserable. You got to have a quarterback. The Click Commanders know now. They've got Jaden Daniels. All of a sudden, they've gone from dog shit to pretty good. Got worked by the Eagles the other night, but it happens sometimes. But you got to have a quarterback, and you've got to protect that quarterback, and so Jarquez is going to have to get better at blitz pickup. He definitely identifies what he needs to do, and he is generally a physical person, but he doesn't get the job done as often as he could in pass pro. Great point. Also, Hunter talked about Dorian Mausey having a good game there. He picked up a little ankle injury. I don't know how serious it was. And he also likes that Mausey's been a really good administrator, just kind of getting the front set, communicating coverages in the back or communication changes in the back. He's done a nice job with that. Dorian Mausey, somebody that I don't talk about a lot, I don't write about a lot, came in during the offseason from Duke as a transfer, plays a ton of snaps. We don't talk about him enough. He's been really good. And I thought he was really good in this game. I mean, he's solid, B-Matt, of course, said the Eagle flew good. I know that's really what matters. I do want to catch up with, let's see. Yeah, I actually asked Alex Kozan for some input on the final score, and I think that was damn near what he had. 48-14. I wonder what his actual, because he had messaged me and passed along a final score. Let me see what it was. Just out of curiosity. Not that Alex is asking to grandstand like this. Where are you at, Alex? He had this at 48-10. Pretty damn close. They just held him to a field goal. Chip says, general apathy and major boredom have been lurking around Auburn all season. $1 to Ben Folds 5. I don't remember that line. I consider myself a fan of Ben Folds 5 and Ben Folds. I mean, we all love Brick, but we also love Stevens Last Night in Town. Annie Waits was a classic. What's the song about Elliott Smith? I can't remember what it's called. It's a great song, though. Chip said you saw Hunter flying upfield on that play. That's right. That was the play that really got Hunter talking about it. It was the throw. It was like a dig route to Dre that he was able to turn around and get out into open field. And here comes Hunter, who was pass proing on that play, zipping his ass down 30 yards downfield to throw a block in the front of Dre on the second wave of his run. It was pretty impressive. It's a lot of effort. And that's something that he's really good at. He's something he cares about. He cares about, you know what I mean, being a good teammate and efforting, which is why it was so weird in the Vanderbilt game that he was used so lightly in the second half and the head coach said he was winded. I'm like, I don't think so, bro. I do want to check in on BMAT because I would like to get kind of a discussion about what Hughes said after the game, what players were saying. I know we're about to wrap this bitch up. Got to get up to Birmingham to see Pink if you guys are going to be up there, if your wives, girlfriends, daughters, neighbors, friends coerced you into going to this concert. I just want you to know I'll be there, and we can commiserate either physically together or just as a group together, knowing that there are other guys there that got dragged to this fucking concert because it's fine. I have respect for Pink. I think she's a fine singer. She's not my favorite, but sometimes we got to do things we got to do. I've made her go to Rush concerts before, and she probably didn't like that as much either. BJCC. Indeed. Waiting on BMAT to get back. Basketball has North Alabama on Monday night. We will not be brain draining on that one. But in the future, we will be brain draining. Probably a little more than we did last year. Sir Brian Matthews says he is good to go. So then, you know what we do? We get on the horn. Dark said, any girls named Tiffany going to that concert? Yes. I promise you.
What is up?
What's up, B Matt?
Hey, man, it worked the first time. How about that?
I know. That was awesome. That's 100% on my end, by the way. What was the sentiment after the game, B Matt?
I think a little bit of relief and, good to have a win, needed to play well on offense, get to celebrate in Jordan Hare, with the dub for the fans and everything, which they turned out pretty well. It wasn't a completely packed house, but it was a pretty good crowd definitely for a 3-6 team, that's for sure. So I think everybody was pleased. Jarquez went over 1,000 yards for the first time in his career. Peyton Thorne, career high, 5 touchdowns. Cam Coleman, a big day. So there are a lot of things to really celebrate and be happy about, I think, after that game.
What was Hughes' explanation for going straight to Walker White instead of Hank?
Well, that's interesting. He said that Walker had that good week, the bye week where they sort of let him play more. They had a scrimmage for the younger guys, said he performed well, and said, he wasn't sure exactly what to do, but he felt like Peyton was playing well and wanted to go ahead and play him through the third quarter. And then he wanted to give Walker a chance to play the fourth quarter. So there's a thought of maybe bringing in Hank there at some point in the third quarter, but didn't want to just bring in Hank for just, a series or so. So just felt like he wanted to extend Peyton a little bit and keep his confidence up and keep him going, and then get Walker the opportunity to come in and play for a quarter. So I just think it's getting Walker some game experience, going into the offseason, which will be a big one for him.
Yeah, and this doesn't affect his red shirt or anything. He's, it's still fully intact.
Nope.
If there's an injury in the A&M
game.
Yeah, exactly. If there's an injury in the A&M game and Peyton were to go down, you think he would go to Hank, right?
Yeah. I do, but I don't think Hank performed very well last week. I think that was part of it. So I still would consider Hank the number 2 guy. He was the number 2 guy when they were rotating out here in the warm-up. So, yeah, that's what I would expect. But, I think, number 1, I think they're going to roll with Peyton for a long time unless he really, really has a bad game. And I'd be surprised if they threw Hank into a tough situation. If the game's over for whatever way and they want him to get some cleanup, time, great. But I don't think they're going to put him in a position where the game is still on the line or still a chance to win or lose.
Gotcha. Okay. Jarquez hits 1,000 yards today in a pretty dog shit season, but he's been a bright spot. Were they talking much about that after the game?
Yeah, I think Jarquez was excited about it in the locker room. They gave him and the offensive line, a game ball there. So I think everybody felt like that was a big accomplishment for the team. And then when we talked to him afterwards, I did, and he was very excited about it. I think that was a goal for him that he wanted to meet, and he's still very confident. He said something to the effect of this gives us some momentum going into the last 2 games, and both those teams are beatable. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, I mean, and he's been tough, man. I thought he was running tough again today. I mean, it's good to see after the Vanderbilt game because he's kind of had a weird game there.
Yeah, I was watching the running backs close, and it's clearly that Jarquez is several steps better than anybody else on Auburn's roster right now. And just thinking about it, they're going to have to get some guys to come in and play right away, I think, next year at that position too. We'll see how guys develop over the off season, but Jarquez is really good running back, especially after contact.
Yeah, he's the yak yards man, 100%.
Yes,
and he also was doing a hell of a job in other ways. Like I don't know if you saw it, but there was an early throw to Dre that he kind of twisted out of a tackle, and fucking Jarquez came 30 yards downfield to lead block for him. Like,
yeah, and of course he's down there on special teams making plays too. So he's a team guy and a guy that plays his tail off every chance he gets. Still wondering what happened, a couple of weeks ago in the second half there.
Does Auburn play? I mean, this is a pretty good game for Auburn. I mean, honestly, did really well on third down. Defensively did well on third down. Peyton had the best game of his career. Cam was insane today. Does this give you hope?
Also,
go ahead.
Also, no penalties.
That's right.
No
zero
penalties
penalties
by Auburn that game. Yep, 0.
Does this performance change?
We don't know the last time. Yeah, that's happened. Yeah, go ahead.
We need Scroggins to look that shit up. He'd figure that out.
Yep.
Does this change how you feel about the A&M and the Alabama games? I mean, do they seem more winnable to you based on what you saw today?
I mean, almost every game Auburn's played this year has been winnable, right? So in that perspective, sure. But do I really have confidence in this team against another good team to make the plays when they need to? Nothing that happened today makes me change my mind. They're going to have to go out there and do it against Texas A&M and do it on the road against Alabama before I believe they can accomplish that. So it doesn't really change how I feel about this team.
All right.
I think it was a good win. Maybe they can build on it. Maybe this is the step forward they need to make, but I got to see it. I've seen enough of the other to just not be convinced right now.
Yeah, you're show me be Matt, right?
Yeah.
I get you.
Yes, I am. I'm all about Missouri right now.
Hell yeah. All right, well, I guess that's about it. It's been pretty light over here just because, it's a beautiful fall day and they kicked the shit out of a bad team and, just moving on.
Well, it was a perfect day at Jordan Hare Stadium, and I am looking forward to getting able to cover a night game, and we get to see the light show in the fourth quarter. I mean, what else could you ask for?
Well, eagle flying good. More.
Oh, the eagle flew awesome today. Yep.
I could use more candy corn. Oh, not candy corn. Cotton candy machines. The self-service stations could have a little more water. It could be a little cooler. Just things that Jay Jacobs fucked up.
Yeah. Well,
just kidding, man.
Yeah, they're working on it, one step at a time.
We can't get to a great fan experience in one fucking day, okay? Seriously.
That's right.
All right, B. Matt. Appreciate you, bro.
Peace out, bro.
See ya. Bye. There he goes, Brian Matthews, the man himself. Maybe we just throw Stoltze a Hail Mary real quick and just see if he's around and what he's up to. And I hate leaving Stoltze out. Yeah, we want to check in with Stoltze and see what's going on with him.
Hello.
Stoltze, it's JG.
Hey, what's up?
I'm on the air.
Oh, hey.
I just wanted to know how you felt about the ball game.
Well, I thought Auburn really went out there and shot below par.
Is that good or bad?
That's good.
Okay.
I thought Peyton looked the best he has probably this season besides Alabama and A&M. Now, can they do it against Power 5 opponents? We'll see. But I thought they played well. I thought their fast start really helped. I thought the defense really stayed in there until those two drives at the very end was kind of a fluke, but the guy fell or whatever. But I thought overall it was a good performance for a team that was needing one badly.
Yeah, for sure. What did you think about his explanation on going to Walker instead of Hank when it was time to make a change at quarterback?
I thought it was smart. I think it's smart to give Walker some playing time, give him some live reps, and see what he can do. I thought, besides the fumble, he was okay. He had a pass that should have been intercepted, and Greenland was probably running through on the first pass to Kendra Brown. They threw it 100 miles per hour, but it's nice to see him get into the game. I mean, he knows what he said. He knew what he has with Hank and Holden, and just giving him some reps is not a bad thing, especially against a team that's struggling right now. So, I thought, and he also said that Walker had a great week of practice. So I don't think that's going to change that Hank's not the second string quarterback, but I I think Walker's still running the scout team this week, but yeah, it was good to see.
So you think if there was an injury in that Texas A&M game and Peyton went down, they'd probably still go to Hank, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
10-4 on that.
I mean, this week it was all about is Peyton starting or is Hank starting? It wasn't is Walker White starting. No, it's still between Peyton and if Peyton goes down, it's definitely Hank.
Yeah, I think so. That's
Yeah.
the situation they're in right now. Does this win change your view? I asked Brian the same thing. Does this change your view of the Texas A&M and Alabama games? Like, did they show you anything that would change your view?
I don't think so. I think Texas A&M is 10 million times better than Louisiana Monroe. Does it give them some confidence after a tough season? Yeah, but I mean, Texas A&M defense is a wholly different animal to score against, and we'll see what they can do against Power 5. And it just doesn't change my opinion about the last two games. I still think they're losses, but I think it was a good way to come off the bye week and kind of dominate a lesser opponent instead of even a close game. So I think you can take a positive out of that.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I got for you, Stoltze.
Oh.
It's been kind of a slow day here on the show. I mean, shit, it was just kind of, the game was over a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like second quarter.
Early. Nobody's drunk yet.
No, not doing that.
Yeah. Well, some people are probably.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe me in about 4 hours. 5 hours.
Hey, drink water and drink responsibly, okay?
Oh, I've been drinking water all day. I drink so much water, I think I'm basically the Mississippi River now.
Hey, that's what you're going to be pissing if you don't watch it.
Oh, I love pissing.
Okay,
so
Salty, thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
That's all we needed. 5 stars? Hell yeah. By the way, Courtney, who's here in the room with me, D. Lucky says, Pink is a performer. I think you'll enjoy her audience demographics.
I told you that.
I remember when we went to the Amy Schumer show, I was very skeptical. I like Amy Schumer fine, but and then I saw the girls that were there, and I was like, I'm happy I came to this one. Yeah, so I'm going to probably wrap it up there, guys, because we got to get up to Birmingham for this Pink concert. I feel a little bit like Terry Bowden telling you guys that, because he's like, hey, guys, I got to leave practice. I'm going to see James Taylor. But, yeah, I mean, it is, it's the A&M. I'm sorry, it's the ULM game, and it's been over since the second quarter, and we've talked it out. We've hashed it out, and D-Lucky's got me thinking there's going to be fun stuff going on tonight. So, with that in mind, I think I'm going to bounce. We got a night game next weekend. We got basketball starting. We got a basketball game on Monday, and then we're going to start getting into that Maui frame of mind because that's going to be a whole separate beast, starting off with Iowa State, who's good. It's going to be late. All these games are going to be late. I think that one starts at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock for our friends on the East Coast. So we'll be doing some of that. We'll try to figure out some basketball draining to do on that as well. So here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to have a great Saturday night. I want you to make great decisions. If you're drinking, remember the ballers hydrate. Stay hydrated. Yeah. And if you're at the Pink concert, holler at me. I need something to do because I know like 3 of her songs and it's not really my thing. You don't have to tell me to wrap it up. I'm not even drunk. I haven't even been drinking really. All right, Cassidy, Peace, JGT. Thanks for the drain. Thanks to you, Cassidy. Are you literally turning the lights out? Turn that light out. Good golly, Miss Molly. Look at this. I'm getting my lights turned out on me. Anyway, guys, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you guys for being part of the show. I'll see you guys next Saturday. Until then, check out auburnsports.com for all of your Auburn informational and entertainment needs. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep rich for the stars. Love you guys. Peace.